Ja, ich höre was. Ja. Was? Es ist immer dasselbe. Paul hat es irgendwie auch nicht mitbekommen, dass die Lobby geöffnet ist. Ich weiß auch nicht warum. Ich habe ihm den Zeitplan echt nochmal durchgegeben.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another test race before starting the season in the next year in 2023. My name is Flipsy from Team GLL, and I'm not the only one who's going to support you through the test race. Also in a commentator cabin is Confi from RFC. Good evening.
Good evening.
Before we start with the race, just a short question to all of you. How's the sound? We had technical issues. I practiced everything, I tested everything, but didn't work. Sadly, so I had to change something. Now I think the sound might be a little bit mixed up. Something could be louder, some things could be quieter. So I would like to see or hear a little bit of feedback from you guys to optimize the stream to give you the best quality as possible. Game could be slightly lower. Alright. Confi, I did interrupt you. Why you wanted to say something, so now you have the chance to speak again.
It's great to be back as a commentator for once, and yeah, I'm looking forward for the test race.
Nice one. Today there are many people participating in the race. I just saw some gamer tags that I haven't seen, but as well as some new add-ons for our stream. We will restart the lobby in a second to start our practice start, to have a bug-free session. One of the new things Charles already tested out, we have got sound alerts. Let's say we have a fun thing in the lobby, let's say a crash or an incident, a great overtake, or something we just want to show you. You can either buy or let's say activate sound alerts with 500 channel points, or let's say endurance points you can collect during the stream while watching the stream. And if you want to support us as a racing series, as a channel, you have the opportunity to, let's say, buy sound alerts with 10 bits, which are 10 cents in whatever currency you are. And you can also activate these funny sound buttons for 10 bits, let's say. Just to leak something. Exactly. Exactly. We've got this. Just Why do we have it twice? Never mind. Yeah, the test start is gonna happen in 1 minute.
Oh wait, I see that I'm just logged in with the Twitch profile, so I could test all the things here.
Yeah, you could if you want to.
We could mute the streamer.
I don't know if this
No,
is a
this
good
is
idea.
legit an option here for 10,000 endurance points. You could show we could show a specific driver or sound alert applause, which I think Javi already tested out. We could also press this one.
Everything is possible. Well, let's wait.
Hi, I'm stupid. Hi, I'm stupid.
Or this one.
Smooth operator.
Smooth
Yeah, operator.
That's the 3 sounds we have for the moment.
I mean, we have got
So-
5, and I sadly couldn't add more sounds.
Ah,
But if
okay.
you want to support
Yes,
the
I see
channel,
them.
you can
I s-
buy some sounds with 10 bits and use them also.
Max Verstappen, hydrate.
I can't, it's broken! It's broken! Anti-stall!
And Simtig is the first one who used one for 10 bits.
Did you hydrate during the race? You must have some sweaty hands as well, so don't forget to sanitize.
As I'm trying to focus on our test started. Alright. I would say we start a session now. It's before quali. After that we will go into the quali. The thing is that one driver is missing, I think.
Yes, and it's my teammate Paul GT. He hasn't come online yet because he needs to eat. I hope he will come after the practice start.
Let's hope. Everything will be alright.
I'm not so sure about that. Oh, now he seems to join just in time. And I don't know anybody whose name is just in time. But it surely isn't Paul.
The thing is that I can't switch the camera away from the car, which is just incredible.
Maybe just leave the
No.
replay and then go back at it.
How it works.
Then it should work again. Okay, now we have all 11 teams here. Yeah, we're already at the practice start, right? Ah, Marco has so much lag.
They just hope they leave each other in a space in case they are lagging too heavy.
All the time you have to leave a space.
Oh god!
Marco and Ben just had a collision, with RX having another collision. They're just messing around here, as it seems. Then
Yeah.
in 4th place we have Eddie, then V-Live, Otaku, Schmierstuhl, TC, Replayer, and Freezy.
Actually, a lot of people on the grid. many different cars. There we go. Practice start number 1. Let's go to the front and see. Marco could
Yeah.
go away well.
The start was successful. Also, the speed of Marco was in the right area. It needs to be about 100 kph. We have a bit of a tolerance of 10 kph up and below, but it was a very good start. Just a bit messy before we came to the start line, but all in all, it went well.
Actually,
I also like. Sorry.
Oh, you can go on.
I also like the Ford library. It looks like a Haas.
It actually is a Haas. With small copy and paste.
This has to be a joke.
I just hope this joke wouldn't come. It did happen. I just hope it wouldn't come. It did. Oh, that's what she said.
Yeah, and I hope that joke will not come, but it did. Yeah, so everyone finished, and at least last time it was like this, that just the 3 minutes will go down anyway. Even though now everyone finished, now you have 3 minutes to record the screen.
This is amazing!
And the other Charlie subscribed. There's our first subscriber on the channel. Charles subscribed. Wait, why is the race over when everyone finished?
Yeah, I think this is because of the update. We have seen it now that after the update, when a race is finished, then the race screen will just blend in for 3 minutes.
Right.
Or if you set the time limit after the race to 3 minutes, then it will last 3 minutes until the screen is away.
That's pretty unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but it's at least enough time to record the results or write them down.
Yeah.
At least for those who came over the line in the same lap.
That's true. That's true. Perfect. Just came to say that distinct Marco is washed. Alright. Okay.
Remember, don't drink and drive, but grab yourself a Oettinger and enjoy.
I mean, that's normal. That's basic
Comfy
knowledge.
with the dad jokes already. That wasn't me.
I am stupid.
Now I can post
I am
this.
stupid.
I am stupid. Yeah, and after 3 minutes, everyone has completed another lap. And the screen should now come to an end.
Hopefully.
It exactly needed another lap.
We did it. We did it. Alright. Let's do the following. I will change the time quickly. Where is it? There. Once. This operation cannot be completed because some players are still initiating. Okay. But how?
Now everyone's on the grid, so it should be finished.
Okay. Yes, it worked. Okay, I will have to do this again.
Now you can prepare the qualifying lobby. For your information, if we set this to qualifying, then all tire and fuel factors will be at 0. Not because the game says so, but because it's in the rule book.
I know. Just checking if everything is right. But it seems right. No tire wear. Nice.
Okay then, this is the start of the qualifying. Now we have 20 minutes to set up the grid.
Do you have a favorite who might get pole position?
Yeah, I need to say all RX drivers have been very good during practice. I have seen Xavi driving. He was driving 1:24.5 with the Nissan Skyline, and I think this will be the time to beat. For us with RRC, I think Paul will be in the good midfield. When we tested, we have driven the 1:25.7, but this was with race practice, not qualifying. In qualifying, we couldn't even see faster pace. And for our player, he will be at the lower part of the grid. But we'll see. Our player has also been quite fast for what he normally does. Anyway, we have Bosworth now. He's going through the first sector, very curvy. A lot of corners, difficult to drive, 23.5. But need to say, it's the best part of the track. It's just it's corner after corner after corner, and you need to get these right. And after you have completed all these corners, then you have the second part of the track, and that is just high speed. 2 hairpins, and then again the technical first and second sector. A little correction had to be done here. It's absolutely crucial to get this hairpin right. You can win so much time if you drive it in a specific line. The first lap
24.7
by Ben, yes. That was a good lap.
It's actually a strong lap. 24.4 set by Marco.
Paul GT mit der 125.5. Then we have Schmierstuhl 127.2. This lap didn't work. Freeze's lap didn't work. maybe they just wanted a little gap to each other.
You know what's quite interesting is to see the variation of the cars we actually have on the grid. We have cars that are mainly based on grip, like the Volkswagen Beetle. Then we have cars that are mainly based on complete top speed. I would say the Aston Martin is one car that is mainly based on top speed.
No, it is not. It is absolutely not. No. The Nissan GTR is definitely faster on the straights by 3 or 4 kph.
Wow. I always thought that the Aston Martin was a powerhouse on the straights.
Maybe it was in GT Sport. It definitely isn't in GT7.
This could be. So next lap, Paul sets a personal best 125.0.
Yeah, that's strong. Unfortunately, one problem of Paul is that he is lagging very much. So the other driver will need to be aware of this. He just is really laggy.
I just hope that it will be better in case of the next couple of hours. The other thing is that others might be aware as maybe our player to let Paul by. Because I don't know if this is going to be good, but it looks like decent slipstream for him.
Yeah, but our player can't let him by now because he's himself on a quick lap.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, now we can, also, at least I can compare the top speeds between our player and Paul. The Ford should be a car that is very efficient and should be fast on the straights. It has its deficiencies in the corners. Very good time of our player. And yeah, 273. Tick is in the pits. Cosworth isn't really on pace as of now, but maybe he can bounce back with this lap. No, he can't. Firstly, he received a penalty, and secondly, he let his teammate by. Okay, you are at Freezy, then I will join you. Is Freezy still on the controller?
Yes, Freezy is still on the controller. He has got some delivering issues because he bought himself a Fanatec, I think, and they said that it has some kind of delay while delivering. But
sorry.
yeah, let's hope that his racing gear will arrive in the next couple of weeks, because I think Freezy has shown enough on the pad that he has got talent to drive. And there is a special name for Freezy. He's the Buddelmeister, and I think to operate a construction car, it's better to have a wheel on its racing gear instead of driving with a small controller.
Yeah, we also have a Buddelmeister in our league, but
Who's this?
he buddles, or yeah, he does that. He does build sand castles in the gravel.
Who is
that?
it?
Chris.
Ah! Okay.
Sadly, it can't rain in Deep Forest, so we will not have a splash of rain this weekend in these races. but it should still be a good race, an exciting race. The track has, like we said before, two characters. The first character are the many corners, the very technical part here, and the second corner is the second personality. It's very good for racing. It's a lot of straights, a lot of full throttle, and very good possibilities for an overtake. I'm just looking at Otaku right now. He can not improve. Still in P5.
Just looking at Marco, taking you guys on a quite hot lap actually. Just set the purple first sector. Driving quite aggressive.
Yes, that's Marco. But I think now he has done too much and will receive a penalty. Yes.
10 minutes left.
And he restarts.
Bosworth also setting a purple first sector.
He has redeemed himself. He is now in P2. And yes, I need to be quite blunt here, but I'm not really fond of the BOP here. The BOP on this, at least on this track, it's horrible.
Why do you think that?
Because I tested the GTR 2013 for a short while during practice, and I was instantly like 4/10 faster with it than with the Aston. It's just much faster on the straights. You take a lot of time on the straights with this car, and it has very good tire wear also because it's 50 kilos lighter than the Aston. So yeah, it's the BOP I'm not very fond of in GT7. It's a bit of a hot mess. Although Group 3 is the most balanced of it, if we're being honest. Group 2 BOP, don't even talk about that. We just had a Group 2 league, and if you were driving an old Mercedes AMG or the McLaren F1 Longtail, you had absolutely no chance against the newer Super GT cars. You were on some tracks you were 2 or 3 seconds slower.
Yeah, it's quite horrible. New Walking Pigs, welcome to the Digital Endurance Series. Thank you very much for your follow. I hope you will enjoy the stream and later the stream.
Oh God!
Serial Blaze, also welcome to the Digital Endurance Series. I hope you will also enjoy your stint later tonight. Currently watching Eddie driving for GTF in a Ford Mustang, which is quite impressive. I don't know, I have the Mustang in quite a horrible memory when I think back to Gran Turismo Sport. I don't know, maybe it changed during the game.
Yes, I think in GT7 you have to re-evaluate all cars again. Some cars that were strong are still strong. Some cars that were weak in GTS are strong here. Some cars that are strong in GTS are weak here. And some cars that were fucked in GTS are still fucked in here.
I heard that the new Suzuki is broken.
If it's that broken, Then why is nobody using it?
Because it's the Suzuki. It has no room.
Yes. But I also heard the M6 is quite good and all-rounder. The Porsche is good, the Mercedes is very good. I heard of that. The Ford GT, the newer one, is fucked. The Aston Martin is a very good car if you use it properly, but with the BOP here it's fucked. Then we have the Beetle, that has been quite good, I guess.
Yeah, I also like the Beetle.
The Porsche is also very good. The yes, the old Nissan GTR is good and the new one is shit. I mean, you only need to look at the BOP. I did that. I have it on my screen now. Just looking at the stats. The old Nissan is 722 LP. The new one is 714. The new GTR is 600 horsepower. The old GTR has 600 horsepower. The 2018 GTR is 568, and it's also 10 kilogram heavier. How does that make sense?
I can't tell actually.
Oh God!
Sicken!
Because
Welcome! I thought we're gonna be racing in the race later on. Also driving for Eric's, which is kind of promising.
oh, look at Eddie, he's being very strong. He has lifted himself to P3. The Mustang is definitely working here.
Which is quite good. Less than 4 minutes left. Alpaya cannot improve his time. Previous best time is a 1:25.988. Let's see what Clive is doing. Racing for B&R. Currently his best time is a 1:26.21.
Oh, that's also improved. Drove a 1:25.001. The top four are apart with 0.2 seconds. It's very, very close between them.
That's going to be interesting for the race later.
Mierstuhl is also doing a good job, 2 seconds behind, and is improving.
Let's see. Late brake point into this hairpin. He gets the corner pretty well.
Yeah, I don't see where he has could have lost time, so I think this will be an improvement. No, it's not.
I think he lost it because of the wide racing line it shows in the downhill section. No wonder Tick is standing in the pit lane because he's lost his gas pedal. Marco currently still leading the quali. Less than 2 minutes left. He might be able to set maybe even a second lap. He starts now. Also got a little bit of slipstream.
Yeah, now the question is the quali finished at 20 minutes, or is the quali finished at 20 minutes and everyone can finish his lap?
I think it's finished at
Okay. Otaku has broken up his lap. He will do another try.
Eddie crashed, so Wally is over for him.
Sad. But P2 is a tremendous job at the moment. Maybe Ben can improve as well.
Paul and Otaku are going to start their laps. A couple of seconds. Oh no. Breezy will be able to drive another lap.
Yeah, he will be the very last one who can do that.
I think Lark will be the last one. Let's see. 10 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Ah, that's unfortunate. Wally is over for life. Just gonna notice them.
Okay, then I will do screenshots when Freezy comes over the line. You can look at the others. Marco can't improve. Bosworth.
Is he gonna improve? I think he's playing Slipstream for Ben.
No, but Ben can improve.
Yeah, Ben
So
takes P3 and he goes down to P4. Powell stopped on track.
yeah, Eddie is on his in lap, so he will not be able to finish another lap.
Freezy has got a penalty, he's not gonna improve. Orkoya also has got a penalty, so
Schmierstuhl can't improve, and if you look at Freezy, he will also not improve himself.
and that's
So that's it, yes.
That's it. Marco grabs pole position, Bosworth behind.
Okay, I have taken the screenshots.
Wait. Wow, Eddie and Ben drove the exact time on the last thousands. Just saw that Ben actually took P3, but due to the reason that Eddie was able to drive the time before him. Wait, hold on. Ben and Eddie drove the same time, the exact same time. 1 minute 24 seconds, .691. Who's gonna get P3, Ben or Eddie? I think Eddie, because he was the first one to drive this lap, isn't it?
Was he?
Yeah, Eddie.
Yeah, I guess, yes, I guess. Yeah, anyway, I have now made screenshots of everyone.
Nice.
And I think we can now go to the race lobby and set the grid. I can tell you the
We'll take this gladly.
the grid order.
Room is being prepared. While we set the grid, we can actually give you another screen we have. How about this?
Okay. One moment, please. Okay, so we have Marco, Are you setting the grid now?
Yeah.
Marco, Bosworth, Eddie, Ben, Paul, Otaku, Freezy, Hardplayer, Life, Schmierstuhl, and Tick.
Alright. Grid is set.
I will record. I will write down the lap times as of now. I will let you do the commentating thing, and I will report if I'm finished.
Alright. Let us start the first stint of today's 3-hour race in the Deep Forest Raceway while our local Nakado does the bureaucratic things. We are now off to the race start. Formation lap, and then the race itself will start. And turn the music off again and go into the grid. As you can see, Marco leads for Eric's. Behind that is Bosworth, Eddie in third, Ben in fourth, Paul in fifth, Otaku in sixth, Breezy seventh, Arpaya 8, Life 9, Schmierstuhl 10th, and Tick is in 11th. Just kind of impressed by how the guys in the front are close by each other, especially compared to the quali laps.
Oh God!
Blitz, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There is a bet going on in the stream. You have 2 minutes time to set your endurance points and guess who will win today's race. You have the option to choose Eric's, you have the option to choose Team DLL, you have the option to choose GTF or another team. Going out of the hairpin, they will set up the formation. Then we are, I think, allowed to go. I think there were some crashes at the start. The race is underway. Marco leads into turn 1, Bosworth second, third is Ben, fourth is Eddie. Ben was able to make up a position. Otaku fifth, Paul sixth, Arpaya seventh, Schmierstuhl got damage in 8th, Freezy got damage in the front and in the back. Live, same thing, got damage at the front and at the back. Driving a medium tire, interestingly, and Tick got damage on his front end car. And I think that was a kind of chain reaction. Marco had a bit of a brake check in the beginning, and that has led to a chain reaction because other drivers slowed down. Eddie also damaged at the back of his car. Really unfortunate. The is a attack from Tick into the hairpin, grabs the inside line. Very clean overtake. There we have the first pit stops, Freezy and right back to pit because of the damage. Ay. Not good at all. Let's go back to the front. Ben actually made another position against Bosworth. Spots for Freezy, blue out right. We have two groups of three now. We've got Marco, Ben, and Bosworth at the front, and we've got Eddie, Otterwood, Paul sitting right behind them. I don't think that Paul is going to attack into the hairpin. Looks good for me. Bosworth might attack Ben now into the first corner. No, he isn't. Stays behind. Which is actually very smart because they attack each other even more. They might lose time and let the guys behind come back at them again. But the drivers are pretty close to each other, which is very, very nice to see. Lap at 125.649. Paul might attack into this hairpin against Otaku. Otaku takes the wider line, sees Paul on the inside, leaves him enough space and keeps the 5th place. Musto also in the pits. That's unfortunate. Paul is trying everything to make the move stick. Maybe late braking into turn 1. Otaku sees him coming and goes for the switchback opportunity. But has he got enough speed coming out of the corner? Yes, he has. He is next to Paul. Side by side each other into the S's. And Paul makes the move stick. He's ahead now. Might be able to... a small mistake, I think. Or just a car lagging through the field. Eddie has got 1 second advantage, but loses its time again because of the damage he's got at the rear. He loses. He's not losing downforce, but he's losing grip. And late on the brakes. Small mistake into the hairpin, can keep the position, but is this going to go well? Let's see. Paul now right behind him. This is not enough to stick a move into turn 1. Not even a dive bomb a la Kim is gonna work in there. Just for information, a dive bomb a la Kim is a pretty fair dive bomb. forward. Paul now right behind. Eddie. Damage again because of lags. No, I don't think that was damage again because of lags. It was due to the starting phase, actually. Chain reaction, but if it's necessary, the stewards will take a look at it. Pig has got damage. That's not good. I see the two dots at the top right on the track. The Autobus is going to make a move against Paul, which is not possible, so we might be able to switch. Live and Schmierstuhl, who are battling for P9 currently. Screen freeze. That's annoying. That's really annoying.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome
Did
back.
I miss something?
Well, you did miss something, actually. Kind of an unfortunate start. A couple of wide contacts, which led into a couple of damages. Not big ones, but small ones. Take Live, Schmierstuhl, and Freezy had to pit. Eddie has also got damage at his rear. But he's somehow able to keep P4 for now.
Sal, Paul, and Otaku are very close together. Otaku is even starting an overtake. No.
Cuts back, sees that there's an opportunity. He has to be patient now. He has to be patient now. Kind of interesting because Paul had to defend against Otaku and now could even overtake Eddie.
The Aston Martin is pretty good in the corners, but again it loses a bit of time on the straights. It's even if the car has a lot of horsepower, it's just not very effective in using it.
Now let's see. Eddie in his Mustang has got rear damage, so he might lose a little bit of top speed on the straight. Or could use it with a late launch into the hairpin. But he's patient and waits. Little correction coming out of the hairpin.
It probably looked more violent than it was.
Yeah, I think it's because of the lag and it looks kind of more interesting as we go. We see another change at the front. Bosworth overtook Ben, and Ben has got damage actually on his car. The front right is damaged.
Oh, that is unfortunate, because if the front is damaged, that will cost a lot of time. Especially through these fast corners, it's important to have a car that you can trust in. And also you, of course, lose a lot on the straights.
Yeah. Also has to counter steer because the car is coming back to the right.
I think with the wheel it's not that much of a problem. It becomes a problem if you're a controller driver.
Rich kid problem.
Paul is going for an overtake, maybe.
inside line. Eddie is going for the switchback. Very nice driving. Both of them. Otaku in the back just looks and sees and maybe even seeks for an opportunity, but is not even near enough to even think of an overtake. Eddie and Paul next to each other going into turn 1. Paul has the inside line, Eddie might go.
Even with rear damage, that Mustang is a weapon on the straights.
Now he's got rear damage. He isn't quite good on the straights. Is it an advantage maybe even in the corners? I don't think so, because he's losing grip at the back end, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's only the rear bumper that's a bit broken, but you don't lose that much time. The front splitter is much more a problem if this breaks. I think you only lose about half a second if your rear bumper has damage, but you lose up to a second if the front bumper has damage. But as we can see, Eddie is losing a bit of time. Again, he's a bit faster on the straights, also thanks to the slipstream, but
look at how good he came out of the hairpin.
Yeah, good traction of the Mustang.
Sticking his nose into the other car. Takes the outside line into turn 1.
I'm looking at the back. We see Schmierstuhl fighting against Flive. And side by side in the hairpin. And Schmierstuhl, I think, yes, he's now passed. He has now overtaken Flive.
Nice one. Took the inside line, I think Flive made a small mistake there.
Yeah, but Flive is on the medium tire compared to Schmierstuhl, who is on the softs.
Which is kind of interesting, to be honest.
Yeah, because normally in the DES races there's only the soft tire that is usable, and all other tires are not being used normally.
Good Dezu, welcome to the Digital Endurance Series. Have fun later on with your stint. Just looking through the field, Marco has a 1 second penalty.
Yeah, that could cost him a lot of time.
He will. I think Bosworth is gonna overtake him. I think Ben won't. Even though he has got damage, he's kind of sticking his car to just somehow stay at the front in the small group. Paul is able to get ahead of the other two he's been fighting, Eddie and Otaku, because both of them are now fighting each other. Eddie with damage, trying to somehow defend on the straights and maybe park his car in the middle of the corner. Otaku doesn't get a great exit out of the hairpin.
Now maybe you can switch back to the front. We see Marco and Bosworth fighting against each other. Bosworth does not try to overtake now, he has lifted a bit. I'm also looking a bit on the tire wear of the drivers, and as we can see, for Marco he has less front wear, but a bit more of rear wear. And compared to Bosworth, yeah, looks a bit different. For Bosworth, the car will have more understeer as of now, and for Marco, it's the exact opposite. He will have more oversteer the longer the stint progresses.
Very nice, interesting facts about I've got one question. We are racing in Switzerland, and you are a Swiss man. What do you think of the Deep Forest Raceway?
Yeah, I think it has always been one of my favorite tracks. I always loved to drive on it. The circuit change we had is not of my liking. I like the old version a bit more, but the new version is quite good to drive. Also, what has happened to Eddie?
Eddie pitted. He has got new tires. He has got his damage at the rear has been repaired.
Yeah, interesting strategy. We also tested a bit on this track, and when we tested in practice, we didn't do a race stint, but at least in practice you were virtually losing no time with a pit stop. You lost 8 seconds. That's it.
8 seconds in the pits?
Yes. Only 8. I think for the race it will be a bit longer. You will be a bit longer in the pits, but it's still quite a short pit delta, so we can see many different strategies. Paul and me discussed if we should go on a 2-stop strategy because the tires would last this long, but then I said, no, that's not a good strategy. The tires are dead at the end of the stint, and you lose too much time if the tire is used. Especially if the pit delta is so short, it makes sense to pit a bit more and to have better tires.
Let's see, I think the undercut on this track might be very successful indeed, especially if you compare the track itself. It has got a lot of slow corners. They are not really fast corners at the track, which, let's say, if you pit, let's say Bosworth is going to pit in this lap now and Marco keeps the car on track or stays another lap out, I think that Bosworth is going to have a little advantage compared to Marco because he has got fresh new tires, has a lot of more grip into the corners, and Marco has to somehow go through the corners with his used tires. And
it's a bit complicated, that thing. It's really a bit complicated because you don't really lose that much time with used tires. You see, you can it can look like this, that the front tire on the right side is absolutely dead, at least in GT Sport. That would mean it would be a difference of about 2 or 3 seconds, but in a GT7, if the tire is used that much, it will be half a second. Paul, GT and R player both in the pits.
Seems like they have a good RRC racing engineer who delivers them quite good strategies. Fusi also in the pits. He reacts to...
And importantly, Paul has stayed in front of Eddie.
I think that is quite good for Paul. Especially as of now, as he now has got new space ahead of him to get himself into the tunnel, to drive consistently, to maybe drive a little bit of more space out to Eddie. So Otaku wasn't in the pits. It's gonna be interesting where he will come out. Ben still not in the pits. Still driving with his damage. Now he's got 6 seconds to Marco. Bosworth actually lost a bit on this lap. Marco is extending.
Yeah, we can see Marco is still driving at 125.7 and he can still go very fast in the first sector, only about 2/10 adrift from his personal best.
Currently looking at Greasy, who has got a penalty and made a nice overtake into the last hairpin on the inside line, but I think he's going to lose the position to 5 at the penalty area. But let's see, 5 still on the medium tires.
Yeah, you can probably do a one-stop with the medium tire.
Maybe that's the strategy. Maybe that's the strategy. It's gonna be interesting if he actually will do 45 minutes on this tire.
Ben has gone into the pits after 17 laps in the 25th minute. I think he will also be on a 3-stop strategy, and tire change, of course. Will also repair damage and refuel a bit.
I'm interested if Paul is gonna be ahead of Ben. Otaku is safely ahead. Paul is
Yes.
ahead. Eddie is ahead. And Ben is behind Eddie. 2.2 seconds.
Yeah, but on the long run, you see he will be a bit of he will have an advantage because he has more fuel than the others.
Yes.
V-Life has also gone into the pits.
Which is interesting. A little bit sad for me because I was very interested to see if it's gonna work if he would have done a one-stop. But as for now, no worries. Let's see where
He has switched to the soft tires now.
So there will be one more stop, at least. Tick currently in P10, driving very consistently. Let's mark out lap 14 and 15. Very unlucky start at the beginning.
I think the RX guys are really looking to go for a 2-stopper.
Let's see.
On paper, the 2-stopper can be the fastest strategy if you can keep your tires alive. For Marco, it seems he can do that. He can live with the oversteer.
Not only the oversteer, this guy is
therefore-
cutting grass better than lawnmowers.
But I also need to say I prefer oversteer over understeer because you can still have good lap times if the front tires are good. You can't have good lap times if the fronts are dead. But if the rears are dead, then it's a different topic because then you're only sliding around.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm sliding around.
Bosworth has to do another lap. And I think then he will pit. I have tried it myself to look at the tires. I have brought them to 21 laps, and in the 21st lap the right front was completely red. And then you had a massive drop off of grip.
Charles writes, I will die on this hill. I mean, in your current situation, you might actually not make it. You might actually not survive this. But when we talk about racing strategies, Confi, you will be racing later on in the car I am showing right now. You are Paul's teammate. What kind of strategy are you aiming for while Paul sets the first sector purple?
I need to see which strategy I will go, but yeah, my advice was to go for a 3-stopper. I will also go for a 3-stopper. Maybe I will go a different rhythm, I don't know. We'll see. I just need to see how Paul does with this strategy, and then we can look for my stint.
Let's see, Paul also set another purple sector.
Otaku is now in the pits.
Is this going to be the fastest lap for Paul? Let's see. 1, 22, 23, 24. Close.
Yeah, okay. I think the pit stop delta is about 14 seconds if you go into the pits without changing tires. If you change tires, it will go about 6 seconds longer, and if you refuel, it will even take more time. Yeah, we'll see. Will be interesting.
A lot of actual data use we have here. 14 seconds pit delta without even changing tires. Kind of interesting to see.
And also interesting is that we, as of now, have no people, no drivers that are lapped. But it will happen soon because Marco is on Flyve's tail. But Marco is still extending his stint. 22 laps with the Porsche, the right rear is on a lifeline.
That's actually impressive. Well, if we...
2 laps more and the car will kill him violently.
I mean, if we compare GT7 and GT Sports, if you would have driven these tires in GT Sports,
you would lose 6 seconds a lap.
I wouldn't say you would lose 6 seconds a lap, I would say, Lord have mercy. Ben MK currently sets the fastest lap with a 1:24.498, which is half a second faster than Marco did in his first stint. Ben also trying to catch up to Eddie.
Yeah, and Marco is now really long on his tires and he's losing 1 second in this lap alone. You can also see that he struggles with the traction, and now he surely must go to the pits, and he goes into the pits. Now we can see the delta.
He's got 24 seconds.
Yeah, it takes 3 or 4 more seconds until he can pit.
Just looking at Bosworth and Ben. Doesn't that look interesting coming into the hairpin? But let's see when Marco will come out. Paul actually has got damage.
Oh
Where
no.
did that come from? Eddie is right behind Paul.
P1 for now, but
And
we need to say that RX has 1 pit stop less.
RX has 1 pit stop less, and look what happened. Marco comes out in P5, and that's actually what I wanted to say, that you can undercut pretty harshly on this track, because you've got a lot of slow corners where you need all of this grip that the tires give you. tire wear like Marco for the last 6-7 laps, you will lose a lot of time, while Ben, who had damage, is now in P3 chasing down Eddie.
Yeah, but also something different happened. Marco has refueled quite a lot, up to 75 liters is in his tank now, and if you look at the others, they have significantly less fuel. So this will become again a part of the longer play. Yes, part of the race strategy. He will cut back that time with the second pit stop.
Let's see where we well, this will take us the end. Ben currently hunting down Eddie. So close.
Yes, even though I am still not a friend of the BOP because I think it's too much drift, but they are showing a very close race this time. It's pretty cool. I see you have the goat camera here. Yeah, it's a very good camera. I like it a lot.
Eddie and Paul pit at the same time.
I think for Paul this will now be a strategy change. It could be that he now goes for a 4-stopper.
Yeah, because of the damage he's got at the front.
Eddie has also gone into the pits. Actually quite a dramatic front wear that he had.
That's typical for a Mustang, I must say. Just don't know where.
Yeah, that's typical for a FR in general. Anyway, Paul is taking a very long time in the pit, and he refueled to 100 liter. He completely refueled, so I guess he will go for a pit stop where he loses less time because he has less to refuel.
That could be a strategy change. Maybe he's now going for a very, very long stint. Then the soft tires will be the strategy. Let's see. The thing that I wanted to add, because now we have the discussion with the Grand Prix cars having so much tire wear from wheels. I don't know. PD had a very nice idea of removing something, which is called changing brake bias. When we updated from Gran Turismo Sport to Gran Turismo 7, while you only drive a car in the same class as the others. I don't know if you remember, but you have been able to change the brake bias by minus and plus 5 in each direction. I mean, minus 5 was the brake bias to set the brakes to lift the weight while braking to the front. Same as plus 5 brake bias to lift the weight more to the rear. And that was a kind of option that I really enjoyed, while we see Tick battling Schmierstuhl into the hairpin. Late breaking point by Tick, who makes the move stick for now, but Schmierstuhl, wait.
Yeah, removing the brake pads. That's the most single stupid fucked up thing that PD could have done. I'm sorry, but it's every time I want to race and I see that there is a the standard setup, then I will not race.
Yeah, the thing is, if you compare it to other cars, it just makes many cars unusable actually, because let's say the Mustang. We saw GTF taking the Mustang, and the first thought I had is, Lord have mercy with the front wear, because you cannot change the brake bias of the car, and I once used the Mustang in a league, and I remember driving it at Blue Moon Speedway, the A version, where it was the B version, where you had the infield part, and I just couldn't take the corners because I had so much front wear, and also had the brake bias set at +5 to just somehow transfer the weight to the back of the car, and it just didn't feel good. The thing with the Mustang is a very nice car if you want to have grip while accelerating out of corners, if you want to have a car which has a lot of top speed and just gives you the feeling that you're really driving a powerhouse on the track. But if you compare it to longer runs, if you want to race with it for a longer time, the tire wear will come to a very negative part, as we see Tick overtaking in a late launch move out of its luckiest best against Schmierstuhl, but Schmierstuhl doesn't give up, going through the S's, but has to give up the position for now. Tick overtakes and now is in P10.
Gotta say, the libraries of WSR, they look absolutely stunning. I love them.
They are absolutely stunning.
Very
I like
good.
The colors, how are matching up, the blue with the black and yellow. Black and yellow, no, just kidding. It's very nice to see. To come back to the discussion we had about back bias and cars.
Yeah, basically you just have now cars with characteristics, and it of course does make it easier to just drive them, because you don't need to shift the brake balance every time. But on the other hand, again, they are giving car characteristics, and they are giving them characteristics you can't fix. Also, I don't know in which racing series you have to drive the cars absolutely stock, and you can't even set brake balance. That's normally in a racing car. In a newer one, that's obviously a thing that you always can set. So I really don't know why they got rid of the option.
I don't know.
For me, it just destroys the racing a bit, because the BOP then says, okay, you can use this car, and all others are shit, and that's not how a BOP should work.
Well, the BOP, I mean, the name itself describes what it should actually do. It's balance of power, and the only thing it does, in my opinion, it outbalances the power. Because, I don't know, most of the cars are just useless because you cannot shift the brake bias. The car itself has got some points where you can gain time out of the car. If let's say we have the Ford GT that our player is driving currently in P8. It's a car for me that looks like having a lot of top speed to be difficult in small corners. Why just not somehow move all of the weight to the back? Let's say you take brake bias 4 or 5, which is kind of a lot, and it's easier for you to go through the corners because you have more rear rotation. Maybe I've got a more oversteer than understeer, and just can compete more with the car at the front to have slightly better times. But
yeah, true, but the Ford already has a lot of weight on the rear, so if you even increasing that weight on the rear, you will kill the rear tires, and this can be a disadvantage as well. Usually you go for having very even distribution of wear. You go for a setup that is balanced on the front and the rear, that uses both tires at about the same. And if you're not doing that, then you will either have oversteer if the rears are used much more, or you will have understeer at the end of the stint. And normally you want the car to be stable at all times, and you are looking for, again, an even distribution. But if you don't have that, then you get these characteristics and you try to avoid them. So if you shift all the way to the rear, then you will kill your rear tires. But put too much on the front, and then you have a more even distribution, but you could then get understeer. That's why in our series we work a lot with setups, or with series with setups.
This might be an interesting idea to maybe get the brake bias back on PD itself. Does not want to give us an option maybe to turn on the setup to just give the drivers the opportunity to change the brake balance itself. I don't know why Bosworth has got its what are they called again?
Warning lights.
Yeah, thank you. Has got warning lights on. I think it was because Schneestuhl having trouble to let the guys past in the SS, but never mind.
He has gone into the pits now.
All in all, for the first half of the first stint, I must say, I've seen a pretty fair race.
Yes, it was pretty clean after all. I obviously didn't see the start, so I can't comment on that. But the rest looked very clean, very fair. Our player now getting in trouble with the tire wear. He should pit now, and he does not. He continues on. I think he will be for another lap or two, but he needs to pit very soon.
I think he will at some point.
Also, I have to give credit to our player that he's driving a very good race. He's in P7 now. I haven't seen a mistake of him. His pace is quite good. Very impressive.
I mean, he is a Swiss. No, he isn't a Swiss man.
He's German.
I mean, he's speaking German. Swiss people speak German a lot, so there is a small advantage.
Well, I think this track is located in Graubünden, and yes, you can speak German in Graubünden, but you can also speak, how is it called in English?
Is it a dialect or special type of Swiss German or Swiss Dutch or Swiss French?
No, it's a entirely unique language.
Okay, wow.
Romansh. Yes, the people in Graubünden, they speak Romansh, which is how could I describe it? It's a botched version of Italian.
Botched version of Italian.
Yes. And now everyone from Graubünden will hate me.
I don't know if they have to hate you or just keep the past and see they haven't done a good job. Never mind.
Ben is in the pits now. Like I predicted, he switched to the 3-stop strategy. And he's going to refuel about 50 or 60 liters.
Switch to Eddie and Otaku battling for P3 currently. Just seeing the chat, Charles writes, when Comfy starts speaking Swiss German, I hardly understand anything. Funny to hear how different and yet similar it is. Ukraine.
That was horrible. Also wenn du schon Schweizerdeutsch willst reden, dann mach's richtig. Okay.
Auch wie gesagt, das ist nicht schlecht damit.
Oh Gott.
I guess nothing of it was right.
No, nothing of it was right. V-Life needs to pit as well very soon. His tires are coming at the end of life and he has very little fuel on board. So I guess he will need to pit either this or at the very latest the next lap. Tick is now in 9th position. Our player has pitted the second time. Another pit stop to go. Schmierstuhl is now 31 seconds behind our player. And is currently last, but also only with 2 minutes 10 of a gap. It's not that much. Bosworth and Marco now very close together.
I think Bosworth is letting him pass because he shows him the left indicator.
Yeah, it shows him that he shall go through on the left side and Marco has retaken the lead.
Eddie was able to gain a small advantage ahead of Otaku. 2 seconds for now. But if we compare tire wear and fuel consumption again, we can see that Eddie has used way more fuel than Otaku has. Both of them haven't got much left in their tanks, but Otaku seems to have a little bit better fuel usage than Eddie has. Ben in P5 just switched his strategy and now is again in charge of fighting back maybe for P3. V-Life goes into the pits. Paul currently sits in P6. Has got nearly 12 seconds of a space to Ben. 24 seconds nearly to Freezy, who is in P7, driving the Mercedes around this track. I must say, again, very nice design in my opinion. Tick also in the pits.
Hashtag not biased at all.
No, not biased. I do like the green version of the car very, very well. V-Life getting out of the pits.
I like the salt shaker next to the logo.
You saw the small edition? Good one. That's the signature of one person, and it only could be Charles.
Yeah, theoretically you should rename your league to DSL. Die salzigen Legenden.
But the thing is that you're never gonna know what DLR stands for, so that's quite interesting. Tick smashed his car into the wall.
Oh. And he's going slowly. He's going very slowly. What has happened here?
Yep, that's what I thought it was. Rumors would say he disconnected, but I think his left tire is somewhere in the hills, which made the car retire.
Maybe, yeah, it's difficult to say. I don't think he gave up on his own terms. It looked more that he had a problem. Because he was being intent, I don't see it that he would give up on his own. But you need to ask.
I just hope he did not, because he had a very unlucky start. It was his first race. He had an unlucky start. I hope that also says he had a disconnect. Very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
Yes.
His debut race and it ends like this. Let's just hope that Eiffel Blitz will make up in the next stint. Flashing lights at Mount Player to let him know that there's another car passing on the blue flags.
I will give myself a break for 2 minutes to look when Tick left the lobby.
I think it was something about 54, 53. That's the right way to go. That's the right way to go. We don't give up no matter how much bad luck we have. That's the right way to go. Really support this. Ben coming out of the short left-hander, sitting in the rear of Otaku. Now goes for the inside line. Otaku defends on the outside. Leaves much room to go for a longer switchback. Ben had a kind of interesting exit out of the hairpin. But let's see, Otaku now sits in the slipstream back of the Nissan. Gains small advantages on the straight. Is there going to be an attack? No, Otaku sticks back. Lets the Nissan go ahead. Which is also a kind of smart decision. If he's able to stay in the slipstream, he might also gain a lot of advantage from it. Spirit, let's see it. S-P-I-R-E-T. Spirit!
You spelled it wrong.
I did not.
Yes, you did. You called it Spirit.
Did I say?
The second I you said E.
Oh, shit.
You obviously switched to German. Shame on you. No, just kidding.
No, it's even more unfortunate.
Anyway, now I noted the time where Tick disconnected, so it's in the document now. Yeah, of course, very unfortunate if it was a disconnect. But you will be able to fight back, no problem.
I'm kind of enjoying my time here, actually. It's not boring, we have a lot of cars on track, many different maneuvers and a lot of action going on. No matter where you are, currently you always see something going on. What about the rest? What is the chat saying? You also have the opportunity to vote for your driver of the day for the first and second stint. In the end, there will be a small, let's say, vote where you can vote for your favorite driver of the day.
Otaku is now in the pits. He had very little fuel left. Paul will also pit quite soon because his tires are dead. And yes, he will go for another pit stop. And I think he does not need to refuel for that one. Refueling speed is 4 liters per second. That's twice as fast as in the WC championship. So it will take 25 seconds to 25 seconds to refuel the car completely. But Paul has refueled a lot again. I don't know what his strategy is here. Maybe he has looked for a gap on track.
Did you hydrate during the race? You must have some sweaty hands as well, so don't forget to
That's
sanitize.
great. I'm just hydrating myself again.
Good idea, I should do that too.
I mean, remember, don't drink and drive, but grab yourself an alternative. By the way, I think Oettinger is the best isotonic drink you can drink. Yeah, Alpha Blitz, you will drive the second stint, and the finishing position doesn't matter. It's a test race. I mean, not only because it's a test race, I think, from my personal view of driving races, yes, of course you want to win, you always want to compete at the highest level, and you always want to reach the best out of your team, or of your own self, of the car. But I think you need to have fun in everything you do, and even if you're driving maybe at the back or have got a lot of space to the front, always try and make the best out of it.
Yes, of course, it's just a test race. It doesn't matter where you finish. Look at this race as a learning experience.
Exactly.
And to gain experience for the series, gain experience in general for endurance racing,
Or even yourself, because
and to adjust yourself on the cars, on the tracks, on the strategies, on the rules. You're doing a good job. We also need to say the registration came very late. It came today and was rather spontaneous. So Tick had to Tick's qualifying time would not be reported or would not count for the grid. We saw that he did not qualify at all. He didn't set a time. Next time Tick should set a time so we can calculate his times. But yeah, this is all just part of gaining experience. I've gotta say for that you that this team, that WSR2 registered so late, they were doing a great job.
I can only agree with what has been said.
And Ben is now in the lead, is setting good times, 1:24s. That's very fast. The drivers behind him, Marco has been in the pits for the last time. He will now set the fast times, whereas Ben needs to go into the pits.
Smooth operator. Smooth operator.
The thing is, although we are all smooth operators, what I wanted to ask you, or not only asked, I have a small favor for all of you. If you have anything you want to include in this series, if you have got, let's say, an opinion on my microphone quality, if you have got an opinion on how Freezy is cutting grass with his lawnmower under his Benz, if you have got an opinion about Eric's leading the race, if you've got an opinion about your left toe, I don't know. If you want to include something, bring your feedback always in. If you've got ideas to improve the series or do whatever you want, you can always suggest things you like or you would like to see, if it's even sound alerts or small graphic things you wanna see. We want to give you the best experience in our endurance series, and you are a big part of it. So if you want, you can also ban this little kid called Charles. There's a kind of backstory about my 0.1 seconds where he's got an opinion about my driving. Let me take you back into the past. I'm driving at the North
30 years ago.
30 years ago. At the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Not when Niki Lauda had his crash. After that. We had a race, and before that race there was a qualifying. And the session looked very, very good for the team DLL. Charles driving in a Toyota VGT. I myself was driving in a Toyota VGT, and Heli Power driving for another league was driving the BMW. And we three were battling for pole position the whole time. Heli and I always set the benchmarks. We'd been driving 8.4s, somewhere about that. Those aren't the best times. If we compare it with, let's say, Bünzli, if you are in the chat, welcome. If not, I saw him driving times about around 7.56 or something, about that. Very fast times. But we had been doing 8.4s. And in the end, I had provisional pole, and Charles actually beat my provisional pole and took pole in the end with 0.1 seconds over the whole freaking Nordschleife. And after 8 hours of qualifying, I was disappointed. A little bit. But the enemy was actually happy for Charles because we took pole, and yeah. In the end, I think we had a very, very nice race. That's the story about it.
A can of pity for Flipsy's lost pole.
Not the only time. Good old people say that I've also seen a coffin in Brands Hatch. And even in Le Mans, but nothing happened there. He's still sad and still salty. I mean, there was a car in the middle of the track and went right, and I tried to get out of the way and also went right, but I got eliminated.
Well, Charles, that's why he's your league mate.
Nashville, welcome. Welcome.
Oh no, Nashville. It's now this idiot comes along.
Nice to see you.
Panda Police sends the chat. Yeah, that's more like it. R player and V-Life all very close together. I think both will need to pit once again, but at the moment it looks like Life has a little advantage over our player because he's using a bit, because he has a bit more fuel and better tires.
Let's see.
Yes, I feel you've heard correctly. This shows that the stream has sound, and it also proves that your ears are functioning.
Always good.
Oh, V-Life is come very close to our player. There was no contact, luckily. It could have ended differently. Now comparing the top speed of our player and V-Life R player is reaching about 270, and the Aston, if there's no slipstream, 270 is already a lot. The car is pretty good in handling. It's very balanced on weight distribution, but the problem with the BOP is that the car is very heavy. It's 1360 kilograms. If we compare it to the Nissan GTRs, which are leading the field, they are much lighter, 1310 kilos. So 50 kilos less, and you can see that in tire wear. Ben now in the pits. I think he will go for the fastest lap.
Let's see.
Now for the remaining 16 minutes he does not need to refuel that much. Eddie is also in the pits. Also needs to refuel. Otaku continues on. Paul.
Ooh, that's close.
Yeah, Eddie will still come out a while in front of Paul. Taco also doing a tremendous job, setting good lap times and driving without any errors, at least from what I saw. Breezy also doing good.
I'm not sure. Ask if anyone has been in the shuttle run yet. I don't know. I don't know.
From what I saw, nobody, but at the start there were a bit of problems, so I guess they might have landed in the shuttle realm. There were also a few drivers with damage. I saw Eddie with damage, and unfortunately for us, it's also Paul.
Move on the inside line, but overdoes the corner. Luckily, he has got no damage at all. He wanted to stick that move. He wanted to stick that move against me live, but it didn't came out in a good way.
Yeah, and his tires are now at the end, so I think he needs to pit very soon, because he's only drifting around now, and it's getting more difficult to keep the car on track. So I hope he goes into the pits in this lap, because otherwise he will have a very bad surprise. Penalty for our player, but as predicted he goes into the pits, we live as well. Wow, is that crowded in the pits. We live out of the pits without refueling. We'll go to the end, no problem. Our player has refueled quite a lot. He will also go to the end, no problem, but will be a heavy car.
Will be a heavy car until the end. But I mean, it's better to have more fuel in the tank than less, especially in the current days.
Yes, that's very true. At least in Gran Turismo you don't have to pay for your fuel.
But you have to pay for an oil change.
True. But to be fair, you need to do that in real life as well.
Yeah, that's also true. I'm just looking where the rest of the field is currently. The beginning was very, very interesting. The whole field, especially at the front, was close to each other, fair but hard racing, and now they split it a little bit.
Yeah, it's mainly because of the strategy. Everybody was using different strategies. All of them worked somehow. You can't really say which one is the best strategy because everyone has had his fair share of mistakes or little errors that had cost them time. But it's not that much between the strategies. I think we will shortly see the battle between Eddie and Otaku, because it seems that Eddie is gaining a lot on Otaku and will be there in 2 or 3 laps time.
Let's see. Let's see. Catching up a lot of time. Just looking at the rest of the field, nothing going on there.
Yeah, except Otaku and Eddie, which are coming together. Like I said, in 2 or 3 laps time, it was even faster. It was only 1 lap. Haasford is closing in, watching his prey.
Actually funny to see that Haas, an American team, is driving an American car.
Well, it's not that special because in NASCAR they also have a team.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And they're driving Fords. Now Eddie side by side with Otaku. Great top speed by the Mustang. And can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. Maybe Otaku can counter and slip. Yeah, no. Already half a second away. I don't think he will be able to attack again.
Always interesting to see when they are getting out of the tunnel how the lights are going on and off.
Yes, about Haas, it's the Stewart Haas team, so it's a combination of 2 teams, but it also is a Haas team, and they are driving Fords since, what is that, 2018 or something.
It's 4 years old. Not bad. After 56 laps, or let's say 57, we've reached a point where we're closing the first stint. We lost tick due to a disconnect, but that's not a big issue. Let's say he did not disconnect, let's say he had a retirement problem. But let us not distract us from the fact that Marco is leading with nearly 11 seconds ahead of his team, let's say rival, Bosworth. And the first Nissan that Eric's presents, the second Nissan, is driven by Ben, sitting 12.3 seconds behind Bosworth. After that, the first German driver enters the field in fourth. Eddie driving the Ford Mustang or GTF. Right behind him, WSR Otaku and the BMW M6. Sitting at 3.5 seconds behind him. He's gonna finish in this position when Eddie is not going to make a mistake. Paul in P6 has got a big tire wear at the front right and at the rear right tire, having somewhat about 1 minute of a distance to the race leader Marco. Breezy having his best friend called Penalty with him in 7th position, 31.2 seconds gap to Paul in P6.
Now that's a burn.
And 50 seconds ahead of V-Live, sitting in P8 in the Aston Martin. Also a very nice livery. I like the transition from blue to white. He has got nearly 20 seconds to our player sitting in P9, driving the Ford GT, which has a very nice engine sound, I must say. And 13 seconds behind, there is Smearstuhl driving the VW, let's say Volkswagen Beetle, the Käfer.
While we read it, Paul is doing his best to commit Sudoku on his tires. The front right tire is so much used that I fear that it will turn completely red once he reaches. Yeah, no, he's not coming. He's not going into lap 62. He's not making it.
But I don't think there will be a puncture. Is it actually possible to get a puncture in this game? I think it is.
No, you don't get punctures.
Wow.
What you get is just a very, very bad tire with no grip and no traction.
So you will be driving a very, very used French Neue.
In the case of the Aston, I think does it have a Michelin sponsors or is it Pirelli? I don't know. Anyway, a very used tire it will be, yes.
Looks like Michelin for me.
Then it will probably be Michelin. Michelin. Oh, Marco has a spin.
He hasn't got damage, which is kind of interesting.
No, he does not have damage, but of course he has lost a bit of time. It's now Yeah, 4 seconds at least through that drift.
Very lucky indeed. Very, very lucky indeed.
Yeah, it's a dangerous corner to have a mistake. Oh god. Can you please host lobby 2? Then I can
No worries.
yeah, then I can manage the gaps here.
No worries.
Okay. Then I will look at the drivers and their gaps. And I will try to type them in.
Redeemed. Show a specific driver. There you are. Which is great because it's the final lap. He is in the hairpin, accelerating last time out of it. Paul already finished his race. And there you go. The first stint goes to Eriks, the first stint goes to Marco. Congratulations on finishing first in the stint. Freezy finishes in P7. Bosworth finishes in P2 for the third Eriks team. And Ben finishes third for the second Eriks team. Eddie accelerating out of the last hairpin as well, coming onto the start-finish line as fourth. Very nice race indeed. A little bit unlucky at beginning. And there is the debut of Otaku for the WSR P5. Well done indeed. Paul finishes in 6th, Freezy 7th, and V-Live is going to finish 8th for BN Racing. Well done as well. Our player finishes in 9th, and Schmierstuhl finishes in 10th. Now I think we will have to wait a lap again. Or 3 minutes. Now the drivers have time to give their distances to each other, to the leader, into our document, so that we can keep what is it called?
Gaps or what?
Yeah, exactly. We can keep a clean race because the second lobby is gonna open very shortly. Maybe we can do it in this way that they will leave, the others will join the lobby. Or is it better to open a complete new one?
I would open a completely new one.
That's another thing I wanted to ask you. If you have better suggestions or funny things like alerts, sound alerts, or anything like this, just let us know. We can always try and work on things. And that was it. That was the first stint. I'm gonna save the replay in case we need it.
Done.
Just going to wait a little moment for maybe the others to save it in case they want it. Because if I leave the lobby now, it's gonna be closed and nothing's gonna happen.
Yes! Sì, ragazzi! Oh, mi senti? Mi senti? Grazie mille, ragazzi. Grazie, grazie, grazie! Dai, forza Ferrari!
All right, I will leave you for a second alone in the stream while we open the second lobby. I am back in a very short second. See you then.
When I'm scared, I find myself thinking about you. You're out there, and I'm alone in this room. I wonder what you're doing now, and if you think about me too. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you.
That's what the elders say. Is it really odd? And they don't see what they call the mastery part. They pause.
Oh God!
Ja.
Craft. Is this yet a song or is it a draft? I remember good things and I remember bad.
Alles klar, Deutsch oder Englisch?
Yesterday's practice room is now a bathroom left. The relay baton.
So, welcome back. Second stint is gonna start in a very short second. Music can be turned off now, not because it is a penalty for all of us. It's because we are now focusing back on racing. As for now, our music is sponsored by Lucky One, a very nice DJ that we know in our series, also has been driving for a couple of races with us. Very nice DJ, I must say. If you want to, you can always check him out on Spotify or wherever you find him. Very nice guy indeed. I am not alone for the second stint. I have the very nice guy from the WSR with me. Welcome in the commentator's box, Otaku.
Hi guys, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Just relaxing a bit from my first stint, which was not easy. Those guys have an amazing pace. It's very difficult to keep up with, but it was a lot of fun and hope you're doing well. And I'm pretty excited now for the second stint and let's see what's gonna happen.
You have been driving a very nice stint indeed. It's gonna be interesting to see what the other guys will do now. I'm just checking if everyone is on track, and it looks like it. So we are free to race. Start race, and away we go. There's gonna be a formation lap again, and then we will see how Sikkim will lead us away.
I have to say it worked pretty well in the first stint, the formation lap. We did the test. I don't know if those guys did it now a few minutes ago. If they did, I missed that, but worked pretty well in the first stint, so I hope everything's going to be fine now as well.
So we haven't done a practice start for this lobby because we had to switch quickly the lobby host, but I think they will also do it right. I'm just gonna let them know about it. Because I hope this is not going to race away. And he is not. Which looks good.
Okay, I'm staying at the back just in case something happens.
Yeah, nice. By the way, Semtex Berlin, thank you for the follow. Really long driver change. Yeah, indeed, but that's the problem that we have with Gran Turismo itself. I think that on iRacing or on Assetto Corsa Competizione, it's a lot easier to let driver changes happen more quickly. But I mean, there is a way to somehow make driver changes faster and have a more fluently race, but we are not capable of having those equipment. And we could try and deliver you the best, not opportunity, the best content possible, but everything is gonna happen in its time.
But there's a huge benefit because we now have 2 sprint races, so the gaps get deleted basically, and we have a bit of more excitement as if when the gaps would be as they were before, like 20 seconds between each car.
That's true, that's true. Just going through the grid.
Everything's fine, no damage, all good.
Not like in the first start.
Yeah, it was a bit laggy by my teammate. He had a few problems with the game, and then unfortunately the disconnect. But we're now gonna do the best, starting from the back, and let's see what we can do.
Drivers are taking in their formation on the formation lap, and it looks good again. Sikkim will be the one who leads the giveaway. And there it is, full throttle, away we go. Very nice reaction time by Javi indeed, who is overtaking his Eric's teammate Prohawk. Dust Velo already going for the small sneaky inside, but there's Confi taking the advantage of that move and snitches that position from Dust Velo away.
In the back everything fine as well. Masma and Zero fighting each other. Eifelblitz behind just looking for a gap, but very difficult to overtake in this first sector. It's more of keeping it clean for the first lap and then starting to attack, I think.
Let's see, currently looking at Masma and Eifelblitz.
Alright, it's looking good, but all positions I think remain. There's not been a single change, and Sikkim is pulling away already by 1 second. So he's already out of the slipstream. Meanwhile, the GTRs behind are already fighting each other, and I think Confuse is gaining a bit because of those fightings.
Yeah, the very annoying thing that I have is that I haven't loaded the livery that Javi has on his car, which is not nice to see.
Oh, there's an overtake in the back. Eifelblitz. Oh, and there's a contact between Eifelblitz and Masma and a 0.5 penalty for serial blaze. Must be for a shortcut, I think. Very easy to get here.
That's not good. I have to stick with Crowhawk because Osworth redeemed his 1000 channel points to show a specific driver. Not channel points.
Oh. There's another overtake, I think, behind. Masma against Eifelblitz again, trying to get the fight back. Meanwhile, I think everything remains calm. I'm staying at the back, seeing if anything happens there. There's still 2 by 2. Oh, Eifelblitz. It's very good overtake and all doing now purple sectors. Well, of course, because of the formation lap, so I think it shouldn't be a huge factor now in lap 3 of the race.
Let's see, but nice overtake indeed. Eifelblitz made it happen. He came past Masma and is now ready to attack the guys in front. Charles says Q made it up from P11 to P8, which is very nice indeed. He's now at the back of MBR picks.
Meanwhile, Zero Blaze has now to, surface penalty, 0.5 seconds. Doesn't seem much, but it costs you, I think, about on this track, on this straight, approximately 1.5, 2 seconds maybe, a little bit more depending on the car and on the top speed. Very annoying to get here, and now because we have the penalty serving zones, which we hadn't had in GT Sports, it's you can't cheat, so it's a little bit more difficult, and it pays off to avoid penalties.
That's true indeed. Just checking the field. Xavi and Crowhawk battling each other for P2.
Yes, I'm having an eye on them as well, but again, very, very difficult to overtake here unless someone does a mistake, which I think there was almost an opportunity for Krog. He tried it around the outside, but it didn't pay off. Behind everything calm, but the Beetle of DLL now in the WSR sandwich, approaching now Sector 3, and there's a slight mistake by Zero, who went on the grass but kept his position, and he has actually damage at the front and on the right hand side of the tires, I think.
That's not good. That's very
Yeah, that's gonna cost him a little bit of top speed, and I think Alphabets is gonna get him now on the back straight. This in GTR, very solid top speed, not the best, but it's quite okay. I think we are the only team who are driving with the newer generation of the GTR, everything else with the older one, but I think the older one was a bit quicker in the first stint. Oh, and there's a spin, Masma spun out!
Oh no.
Now final place for Masma, I think he just went with a bit too much throttle, and yeah, that's an easy mistake which you can do for GT. Very difficult car to drive in this game. So now he's falling a bit behind. P11 now I think for him, serial place, so 1 place ahead.
One thing I must say, not only are we driving very clean on track, we are also spitting facts off track.
What do you mean off track? I'm not sure what you mean about this.
Yeah, the commentator box is spitting facts about cars driving or being hard to drive, or what is happening in the race.
Yeah, it was very difficult because from a strategic point I made a huge miscalculation, and in the final stint I think I was expecting to do 55, 56 laps total, and then I made 62 because I calculated wrong, and then I had to do I think 5 or 6 laps of a bit of fuel saving. It wasn't that much of an issue. Those 10 seconds after 1.5 hours is quite okay, but the M6 is very, very good with tires, very good with fuel saving, we knew that, but for us, our main focus for this race was just to test, see how the settings are for the league, and I think the first stint was pretty much fun if we don't take the disconnect into consideration. So let's see how the next season goes. I think in January the next season is gonna start, if I'm right.
The next season is gonna start in January, but before that, if I'm even allowed to leak it, I think I am, we will have another test race before that with the WEC IMSA series. Which track will be driven will be announced soonly, but you can save up your date. It's gonna be the 17th December.
It's gonna be a bit difficult because we might have a 24-hour race on this date actually at the Nürburgring, but not for the entire team. Maybe there are 2 or 3 drivers which can do a test run depending on how long the race goes. But I have a slight feeling that I know which track it's gonna be. I'm not sure, but it could be... could have something to do with the final update. Possibly.
Maybe, maybe not.
Oh, there's an overtaking attempt for P1. Crowhawk closed the gap to Seacrim.
Yeah. The thing is, if you look at the fastest lap set by Crowhawk, 124.361.
It's just unreal.
It's
I made a
unreal.
25.3 and it was a very difficult lap with low fuel in the final stint. Don't know how I managed it, but it's very, very difficult on this track. Oh, Masma with another penalty, now 5 seconds behind serial place. Nürburgring picks on 9, but about that, maybe Dustvello was catching up with the other Aston Martin of Chica. That could be an interesting fight in a couple of laps. Gonna keep an eye on them. I have to say I really like the livery of the Ford Mustang with the Haas design. American car with an American Formula 1 team design.
Yeah, but the thing is that Haas made it somehow possible to be from being the most hated team to the one of the most loved team to again be one of the most hated team in the grid.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but yeah. Very difficult topic, but I do understand what most people think about it. It's very, very difficult, but of course in Germany we are huge fans of Mick Schumacher. But I have to say, I'm happy for Hülkenberg that he gets another chance to show what he gets, but of course Schumacher, with his age, with his name, it's very difficult to have an opinion about this. To be honest, I can understand both sides.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, if you compare the development of Magnussen at Haas, well, I didn't think that Magnussen was going to be quite good on the grid, and seemed to be delivering better than he did. If you compare both drivers, I think they had a better job done with the car. He maybe crashed more often, but honestly, it's kind of a hard car to drive. Even the last season before Magnussen was there, where Mick had to drive together with Mazepin, was also very, very tricky indeed. But
I think Nürburgring Pix did his first pit stop, if I'm not wrong. He has a 152, quarter of tank full, fresh tires, so I think he must be the first to open the pit stop window.
did he have a crash?
Very, very early time to do it. I think he had a crash or something like this. So that time before was not that bad with 127, which is okay, I think.
Kind of interesting to see. To finish
And the gaps ahead are closing in as well. Now Arix Xavi is also closing in, I think 0.9 seconds behind the top two. It's gonna be a three-way fight for P1. It's gonna be interesting. I think those next 5 laps are also gonna depend on the pit stop window, because I think we had 2 or 3 different strategies all around the track.
Just in case you missed it, Alfie Blitz used the mistake Dust Veiler made into the hairpin and overtook him, but Dust Veiler is now...
And now there's the counter-attack and he's gonna get back P7. Very, very difficult to overtake here, but the Mustang did very good top speed with a very solid exit now with the inside line. Can he keep it? Yeah, Alfie Blitz is trying to get the position back, but it's not gonna happen on this corner. Has to concede P7 now. But there's still so much time left. That's the great thing about endurance races. We have now just 30 minutes of racing. There are 1 hour and 70 minutes left. So many things that still can happen. And now a 1 second penalty for Dust Velo, which he's gonna serve, I think, in this lap already. The penalty zone is just ahead, 1 kilometer to go. Yes, he has to serve his penalty now. Very, very unfortunate. And I think it was a very unusual place to get a penalty. I think the exit of the first tunnel, if I'm not wrong. And the gaps ahead and the first 3 positions still remaining. Very, very close. Half a second each direction.
And I think Dust Veiler has kind of a problems with the hairpin, because that's the second time I saw him going off track in this area.
Who's got the problems?
Dust Veiler with the last hairpin.
Yeah, the Mustang is a very, very heavy car. I think he has also, the guy who drove it before had also problems with probably fuel saving, because it was, it's very, very difficult with this car. With this, I think it has a V8 engine, if I'm not wrong. Well, it's also a fictional car, I think. If I'm right, I think this car does not exist in real life, as most cars do not, which we have in GT.
Interesting.
But it's a fun car to drive. I think it's very exotic, and I think Ford is actually creating a GT3 version of this car. Oh, Gronk very, very close ahead.
Yeah, he served the penalty.
No, it's Havino was ahead, and I think he's gonna try to get an overtake done before the hairpin in turn 1.
Is it ever going to change that the GTR is going to be one of the most OP cars on track?
I don't think so. But it's okay because it's a very cool car. But I have to say, more or less, the opinion on our team is that we like the new one a bit more. Not just because of its look, because it has many other characteristics. It's a little bit more stronger around the corners, but it lacks a bit of top speed. It's still okay, but it also is a very solid car, not so itchy as the older version of 2013.
I like the classic one that they implemented into the game.
The GT500 one from the 90s.
So
yeah, that one's great as well. The Supra as well, with the Castro livery. There are many great ideas who came into the game, but we still hope that we're gonna get a few more cars of the actual generation, like for example the BMW M4 GT3, the new Mercedes generation, the new Porsche GT3 generation, because the Porsche that we have here, for example the one in P1 is, I think it's actually a GTE car, not a GT3 version, which means that it has its engine at the center, so ahead of the rear axis. I think the GT3 version has it at the rear, so behind the rear axis.
Not only that, Charles also says that we need definitely a new Ferrari GT3. I also think that they could add the Bentley, the GT3 version.
Yeah, this could also be possible, but I think the Genesis is a very similar car. I think they try to do something which equals more or less the Genesis. And the Genesis is not so far away from its looks, but of course the Bentley, it's a very cool car. I think it won also the, I think 2018 or 2019 Bathurst 12 Hours, if I'm right. I don't remember quite well. Something like that it was, I think.
Kind of interesting to see how PD cheats on getting cars in game and just developing visual cars, predictive cars with the constructors they have.
Oh, just behind there's a fight, I think, just building up. VSR Nürburgring Picks against Zero Kuhaku. Fight for the final position in the top 10. Oh, there was, I think, an accident between both of them. Or is there a disconnect? I'm not sure.
Everything's fine for me.
Okay. From my point of view, both are glued into P6. Oh, could be that I have a disconnect, I'm not sure. Everything freezed around my card. Yes. But no problem, my mobile phone is still connected via normal internet, not via my home internet, so you can still hear me. Thank God I did the first stint. If I did not, I would now have a disconnect.
Just wanted to say that it's lucky that your internet crashed now. And
yeah, unfortunately it's a very typical problem for me, so I was more or less expecting that, so I'm not very sad that it happens now. It would be way worse if it happened later on.
It's just so sad when you just know that your internet's gonna crash at some point. You're not even sad about it anymore.
The thing is, the internet that I have is not that wrong. I don't know if I was lagging in the first stint, but for me everything was fine. I think there were 2 or 3 opponents. I think Paul, the French guy in the Aston Martin, was lagging a little bit, and I think Ben was the other one who was like jumping around for each 2 or 3 meters, but it was not that much of an issue. It was okay.
Your internet was fine. So,
okay.
Paul was lagging as well. From my point of view, and company also said that he was lagging earlier, but your internet was fine.
But what I still really liked is that that's my experience from another races. I think what I did before the Digital Endurance Series was, I think the first one was the 12-hour race at Spa, which was like your first race ever, or your second one, I'm not sure. And the 24-hour race at Suzuka, and I think the last one I did was the 9-hour race at Lago Maggiore, still with my Flame Haze account for the PPL team. And it still remained that there's such a variety of strategies. So it's not just one strategy, which is the fastest one. There can be, depending on your driving style, 2 or 3 different strategies. Like for example, here are many people who did, I think, the 3-stop strategy. I think the PPL team did it. I did the 2-stop, which went pretty well for me. It depends on so many things, like on the car, on your driving style, on what happens on the track, on the race distance. There are so many factors, and that's pretty fun that there are so many possibilities how to do the race.
While talking about the race, Crowhawk actually launches his attack against Sikkim into the first corner. Sticks with the inside
I guess it's still the fight for P1.
Sikkim has to now see the Nissans back in front of him.
Okay, I think my internet is back. Trying to rejoin. Just give me a confirmation if it's okay.
I think it's okay. Just hope that the others won't get a screen freeze or something like this because GD7 is...
No, I don't think so. If I don't join, everything should be fine. So if I don't join the lobby, which is not possible if the race is going on. So cage is emptied, so everything should be fine. It's a normal problem for me that around 22, 23 o'clock European time, sometimes the internet just leaves for 2 or 3 minutes. I don't know why it is, but I don't know. It's annoying, but it has nothing to do with Gran Turismo. It's just a private problem. It's Germany, yes. That's the best definition, I think.
Honestly, it's Germany, because if you... Yes, this comparison, I think it's actually okay, Germany. As far as I reach the border, you can just see how the internet improves. When I cross the border from Germany to Poland, it's the same. Otherwise, when I cross the border from Poland to Germany, it's always like a very simple shit.
Okay, so for the next 24-hour race, I have to take a holiday in Norway or something like this.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, the first pit stops I think are going. I think it was Confuser is coming in. But I think the positions are wrong. Could be take 2 or 3 laps until everything corrects itself. Because I have Eiffel Blitz now in P1, which I don't think is true.
So Crowhawk is in P1. Cannot really pull away from Sikkim in P2.
Oh, there was a crash, I think. Nürburgring picks against Masma. Final corner, I think, at the hairpin. And there's also damage for Masma at the rear. I think spoiler damage. And he can come into the pits now without changing his strategy too much. But wow, this is very annoying. Oh no, he's continuing. He's not coming into the pits.
That's driving spirit. That's driving spirit.
Yes, it depends on your damage. We had a similar situation in our race with the GTR. If the damage is not too strong, you still can continue without having too many deficits.
Yeah.
But that was very unfortunate. I think we're gonna get a penalty for that, which possibly could be okay.
Now let's see.
Yes, I have to remain neutral as long as I'm here. But I think it was pretty clear, I think.
Yellow flag ahead of us. Yeah, it's Masma. Let's just hope he sees the blue flags and let's Crowhawk and see.
Yes, he has damage ahead. I think he crashed again. Oh, there's the fight for P1 just coming behind him. But his company driver was really, really fair R player. He just made space. Oh, that's a huge crash.
And he made space again in a very interesting way.
Yes, but it worked. But that's very unfortunate for him. But since the final 2 or 3 patches, I think, the engine damages... I think there are not so many engine damages, so it's very easy to get damage, but to get an engine damage you more or less have to drive with 150 kph or something like this into a wall for something to happen with your engine. I don't know why it is. I know the Ford has this engine on the rear, but it is very unusual for Gran Turismo standards, at least.
We call it counter-steer.
Yes. I think the positions and laps corrected itself. I have now Crowhawk in P1, on lap 18, who's now
Sorry to
getting
interrupt, but there's another
overtaken.
attack from Sikkim against Crowhawk into turn 1, and the Porsche retakes the lead.
Yeah, best place to overtake on the entire lap, turn 1, because now you have the first sector where even following your car ahead is so difficult because of the dirty air.
Something tells me you could play a perfect Mourinho through the corners. Just park the bus in the middle of the road and everyone behind you is just not able to overtake.
The great Porsche master plan.
Exactly.
And now he gets a penalty, so it's not gonna work out. But I think they're all coming into the pits. I would say at least Crowhawk is gonna box in the next 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, just in case that you wonder, Sikkim is going to serve with half-second penalty, so Crowhawk and Sharvey might pass him now. But with Sharvey is going to be interesting. No, he will pass him.
So it's very, very close, the fight for P1, and I don't even know the gaps. I think it was about 4 seconds between some of those cars. Next overtake attempt, I think the Porsche, it has a very, very good top speed, arguably better than the GTR. The GTR is just a better acceleration, I think. Next overtake attempt, and I think it works. Now going into turn 1, let's see if there's a switchback. No, it worked out very, very well. So Sikkim back in P2 and now chasing for the lead again. Just behind the gaps seems stable. I think at least 5 seconds between each car, more or less. The only exception is between Eiffel Blitz and Dust Valley, but Eiffel Blitz with better tires and better fuel at this point. GTR is very, very good on tires. But I think Crowhawk is not gonna stay out very, very long. 2 or 3 laps and then those tires do not have the grip that you need to do a good lap.
There is a small achievement that we as a series made. We surpassed 300 followers on Twitch.
Congratulations!
It's a small applause for our series. Very, very nice. Just Charles reminded us of it happening. By the way, Dada Not Found X, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Digital Engine series. I hope you will have a great time. And there is the applause. Very, very nice.
Okay, I think everything has stabilized itself now, so it seems okay. Just a disconnect. Every day is life.
There's another applause by Eddie also. But the thing is, the race now after 20 laps has stabilized itself, as you said. Not only your
I think Eddie didn't even recognize me. I made 2 or 3 races with him in one team, and I think he didn't recognize me just because I changed my name.
Wait, Eddie? Or...
Yes. I think we're talking about PPL Eddie, if I'm not right. Wrong.
Yeah, you are right. It's Eddie.
Yeah, okay, because I'm still at the PPL server, although I'm now driving for WSR.
About that, can you tell us more about PPL? Because we all wondered why there's no official team from them, and Eddie, the admin from PPL, is driving for another league. Do you know what happened?
I'm not sure, but as of now I am reserve driver for the PPL, so the PPL, it's abbreviation for Pole Position League. It's so it's a league, it's not a team, but everyone who's driving there gets considered and asked to drive the S races, so that everyone gets a little bit of endurance experience, and I think they did it for like 2 years ago. I think I had my first race here also for PPL on, I think, February or March of 2021, if I'm not wrong.
I think your first race was actually the 12 hours in Spa, where we had our first multi-class race with
exactly. I think
GT3s.
we made it with a, with the LMP1 Porsche. I think with a 4-man team, and we also had a McLaren GT3 with another team, and it worked out really good. It was much fun, and I think it was my first endurance race ever in Gran Turismo. But now I'm just reserve driver because there are, I think, like 2 or 3 other leagues which I'm doing at the moment, and because there's also something called private life, I have to think of where I'm driving and keep it as short as possible, but still you want to have fun, you want to have great races, and I think we have now 3 or 4 leagues where I'm driving, and the DES, we did now the test run, and because we're really happy, we are really considering to register us for I think probably the WEC season, because there are many of us who really love the hypercar generation, and let's see where we get.
Let's see. PPL didn't register a team because most of the drivers at the time do not want to do long races or driving other. Okay.
Well, I don't know the exact reason, but there are so many drivers, and many of them are also team members, like I am. So they joined another teams, prefer to join for to drive for them in different series. So there are many reasons for it, but it was very, very fun to always have another lineup with drivers, and because normally in the league we fight each other, and now then getting into DES in one team, we have to work together as a team, and it's very interesting to experience something like this. Of course, in the team it's something different because we always drive together.
Exactly, and that's what I think the team makes itself. The thing is, if I compare let's say the grid now with let's say Dragon Trail Seaside, where we had our 6-hour race, it was, I think, and we had a multi-class race as well, where we had GT3s and GT4s on the grid. I remember that we had to do a shootout qualifying because we had too many teams registering it for the race itself, and that was a lot of fun.
P1 is into the pits. Let's see where he gets out, because P2 and P3 are just coming on the final pit straight.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very, very close, I think. I think they passed him. Yeah, they did. But let's see. No, they have the exact same amount as fuel, and Xavi dropped already behind Confuser, who I think stopped. Yes, I think he was the first one of the top 5 who stopped, and I think he's going for the 3-stopper. He's very on tires, 25% of fuel. I think he's coming in most lately at, yeah, I think lap 28, 29, something like this. But now, of course, Xavi with precious material went just past Nürburgring Picks. He was 1 lap behind. Oh, another crash by Masma, P11. Not a good race for him.
Not at all. Not at all.
Oh, and I think he just cut the pit entry line. I think he cut the line. It's gonna be a 3-second penalty at least.
That's a very unlucky evening for him.
I have not good news. I do think I have another disconnect. So if it's getting worse, I'm gonna stay out and just comment like that. Just for the safety of the drivers. Because my screen froze again. But it's no problem. You can still follow the stream and see it like this. It will work somehow.
Sikkim brake a little too late into the first corner. But as you can see, Crowhawk and Sikkim are battling each other very, very hard. Masmana right in front of them has to make space. Race control shows him the blue flag. And now he made the space.
Also something which worked really, really well, blue flags, because everyone who got one in front of me immediately moved to the side of the normal racing line and didn't even bother stopping me, which is something that is still very difficult for, I don't know, very many people. But I think blue flags already are not that difficult to consider, and respect to everyone who immediately reacted with getting a blue flag.
I agree.
I closed the game just in case that something happens, so I know I'm gonna watch the stream on Twitch and still co-comment, but you might have to expect like 30 seconds of delay, but it's still gonna work.
Now there's not going to be a lot of delay.
Okay.
I can tell you I'm now at Crowhawk, and he now passed the finish line. So I think there's not a lot of delay actually. Maybe like 5 seconds, that's all. Let's see, after 25 laps, Kroll leads the field. Right behind him is second in the Porsche. Confi currently in third, making his way in the Aston Martin. Xavi currently fourth. 1.5 seconds behind the Aston Martin, has got fresh tires and is making his way to attack the front again. Chica driving for BMR currently in P5, having nearly 21 seconds of a gap to Xavi and a little bit less than 16 seconds to Eiffelblitz, who is driving the newer Nissan Edition around this track, which I must admit is a very, very nice looking car, especially with the livery. Very nicely done, whoever did that.
Myself. About an hour before the race start, actually.
Who driving for DLL currently in P7, driving in the VW Beetle. 2 seconds behind him is Dust Velo in the Ford Mustang. A little bit less than 40 seconds behind is Neighborhood Kids. Less than 3 seconds behind is Serial Blaze, making his debut in this series. Also driving for DLL in the Mercedes, the substitutional driver for Charles, who is currently recovering from Rona Mona. Also having his debut with a new wheel. I think he's driving the new Fanatec DD Podium, which is a very expensive wheel indeed. And last mile in the, I think, nicest engine sound car by the P11. Also having a very nice look.
Ford GT, amazing car. It has very, very good top speed. It was so difficult to keep up with in the straights, but it's so difficult to drive. It's so easy to lose control in the corners with this car. Rohawk now extending his lead, now 1 second ahead of Sikam, and Confuser must be, I would guess, like 4 seconds behind if I watched the map correctly. So I now have to more or less rely on the map and on everything I see on Twitch, but I think it's going to work. I see the fastest laps, I'm seeing the times, the gears, tire situations, etc. So it's gonna work. Oh, and he gets a 1 second penalty.
Not only that, he might actually get... Oh, 2 second penalty.
Yes, I think those track limits. I think that was the space where those other people got their penalty. I don't know how actually, but I think I managed it to do 1.5 hours without a single penalty. I have to watch the replay, but I think I didn't even have to serve 1 penalty. I don't know how it happened, but it somehow worked.
Respect.
Matthew Chica is coming into the pits, if I have seen it correctly. Fuel seems not to be enough, or was it Confuser? One of those two, I think, is not gonna have enough fuel, and yeah, no, I also see that Xavi has the standard delivery, but I think it's a normal bug by GT7.
Let's see Confi getting the maximum out of his car. Sorts of fuel consumption and tire wear. Xavi right behind, giving Confi a little bit of bumps, to help him to get out of the corners. I mean, he's got
Yeah, but I
fast
think-
tires. You can see he's quicker because he's in the good steam.
That's the difficult part because now he has to wait until they get in the back straight and then try to do an overtake. But the Aston Martin, I think, with not so much top speed, it's a very good car around the corners, but that's more or less about it. There's not so much you can do with that car if they're... Oh, I think this was very unfortunate between Zero and who was the other one? Dust Weather, I think. And I think, yeah, he's gone into the pits. Best decision he can do because the tires were gone.
If we still would have been on GT Sport, I could have pressed the button and see the replay, but welcome to PD. There's nothing such like think of maybe good additions to the game. Maybe like keeping brake bias as we discussed in Instagram, or having something like a replay button to show a replay of a specific situation. Nevertheless, there's still room for improvement, as we have as a series. If you have some feedback, small additions that you want to see, or like some features that we introduced newly to the series, give us feedback. It's always better to work with criticism instead of just having good reviews. And even if there are good reviews, we always love to hear this too. Because if we see the grid, you can also vote for your driver of the day, and you also can vote for your livery of the day.
Gap is coming down as well for P1 Pro, now closing in on Sikkim again.
It's just unbelievable that his penalties served in lap 27. And how does he respond to it? He sets the fastest lap in lap 28.
Is taking off another, I think, 200ths of a second compared to the lap before. But I would have never expected that the Nissan is so fast on this track. We just tested the newer one and we're a bit disappointed.
Honestly, if Crowhawk breaks the 24 line, if he actually gets a 23 point whatever, I'm gonna donate 10 euros to the channel. That's a bet.
Okay, and I'm gonna get a beer. I think I deserved it. It was very, very difficult to drive.
That's a bet for all
But
of
after this stream, of course. You have to be responsible a little bit.
That's true.
So Chica coming into the pits now on P4. I think Eifelblitz could also pass. Confuse are now back on P4. And still the fight for P1 very, very close. 6/10 now between both cars, and I think Sikkim is gonna get a penalty. He went very, very wide there.
See,
No, everything fine.
Sikkim got a penalty. He will serve it on the next lap.
Okay, then I was right. I wasn't sure if it was a good idea to use all of this area around, I think, turn 12, I think it is, the final corner before the back straight. But I never did it, and I think now seeing this, it was not such a bad decision.
In the end.
Yeah, in the end, hopefully it does matter, because we are still with our BMW P8, which is impressive, and yeah, the GTR driving around P5 now after having many problems. I have to say our team had many problems with game freeze, so we lost in just one lap, I think like 2 seconds, because of lags, which I think we had just after the update, the final one, I think 126, and yeah, thereafter came the disconnect, and then yeah, now driving in P5, it's yeah, quite okay. So
oh,
yeah,
and what's happened with
oh, he
Sikkim?
went wide. He went wide. Or is it a disconnect?
Nah,
Could be also a disconnect.
you cannot be serious.
Yes, it's a disconnect. He freezed completely.
It's the same area where Tick had his disconnect.
Oh,
Wow.
that's so unfortunate. He was doing such
Wow.
a great race. yeah, Eddie and Charles also paying respect. What else should I do? So now the gap between first two cars, 7 seconds. Let's see what's gonna happen there now. But that was very unfortunate. He was on such a good way to get his result.
Yeah, I mean he was lagging a lot. That's true, but oof. That is very, very unfortunate. They do race brilliantly. That was a lot of entertainment.
That was quite surprising as well that the Porsches would be running so good in this track, because we didn't even consider testing this car. We just went for, I think, like 3 or 4 cars. I think we tested we were even considering driving the VW, not this one we see on stream, the Cabrio design, the Vision GT one, just for fun, because why not?
I remember...
It was not even running that bad. I think in my first attempt I made a 126, but then I went out with the BMW, went 1 second quicker and said, let's go for this one. It's faster than the GTR, faster than, of course, the VW. So, it was an easy decision. But the tire wear was so good on the Volkswagen that didn't matter when you are at least half a second slower.
Yeah, I remember a small German old man with Norwegian roots, whose mom always put the controller on the highest table she had at home, so this man couldn't get the controller to drive it himself. He always used to say that good driving always wins.
Any American internet smaller than German internet. That must mean something.
Color version is not allowed by the rules of good taste. But the thing is, when we talk about cars being allowed, how about we allow the Toyota Supra? The Toyota Supra, the old version? How about we allow the Nissan GT500? How about we allow the Nissan Silhouette? And... is the Suzuki even allowed? I don't know.
Oh my god.
The
Cabrio one, I think. I think I saw this car driving in one race, and I think it did 2 minutes and 20 at Bathurst.
Wait,
and everyone else was driving like 2 minutes 3, 2 minutes 2, or partially 1:59ers.
Oh, wait, hold up. Was there an update? Wait a second.
Yes, but you even... I think you have custom BOP for the WSE series.
Yeah, I know about that, but I'm just looking for something.
Yes, the standard BOP I think did change 2 days ago.
I'm not looking for that. Jesus, where is it? It's not penalties. Is it here?
Yes, and Charles also confirmed it, and I think it's more or less like a GTE BOP, so you made the cars, I think, a little bit slower than the normal GT3s, or at least a little bit heavier. I think the Ford, for example, got, I think, like 100 kilos, the Porsche got 77 kilos, if I'm right.
All
and setups are allowed, of course. I think a friend of mine also was already testing for Monza the GR010 Toyota, just to see which is possible, and I think he had a lot of fun. But it's very difficult to manage this car, because I think once the hybrid runs out, it's so difficult to keep up with another cars. But of course, if it's only this car in its own category, it doesn't matter. It will work out somehow. I think we have now 40 minutes and 50 seconds more or less left. so halftime already passed, and still it's pretty close ahead. Well, at least between the first two drivers. But I think Confuser did his, must be his second pit stop, I think.
I just changed something in the stream. Maybe they will see what's changed. I have a small question to the chat. I know that it's not really necessary if you compare it to the race or you look at it, but I have a question. My wheel broke down a couple of weeks ago in our, where could it be exactly, in our test race, and I'm currently looking for a new one. I want to upgrade from a Logitech to a Fanatec, and I want to have the Fanatec GT DD Pro with Fanatec pedals, DD Pro base, maybe even the boost kit, and additionally the GT wheel itself. But they're not going to have it until March, I think. So I thought of buying a new wheel during that time, and I don't really know which one. I'm thinking of going back to Logitech to have it as a wheel during that time and to give it back when I buy the Fanatec. But I thought of maybe trying something new out, and I thought of the Thrustmaster T300. Not with load cell pedals, but maybe with the better ones, not the plastic ones where you brake or push your throttle and it just goes up so your pedals won't be really attached to the floor. And that's where I wanted to ask you guys if there is any recommendation for a racing wheel with a good budget for, let's say, 5 months. Is there anything you could recommend? Because I thought of keeping the Logitech or, let's say, stick with it until I will do the upgrade to the Fanatec, or to maybe even switch from Logitech to Thrustmaster and then switch to Fanatec, or to be legendary and just drive with a pad.
I, for example, I'm driving the G29 from Logitech with it. I think it is one of the most common wheels. It's not the best one, but it works pretty well. I've been using it now for, I think, 1.5 years, almost 2, and it works really good. But I think it costs around 250 euros, so it's very cheap for a 4-speedback steering wheel. But I think Fanatec and Thrustmaster are probably a little bit better. At least I would think so, if I would ask other persons.
Nürburgring picks with a slide into the
But he didn't get damage. I don't know how, but he didn't get damage.
Luckily,
He just crashed into the wall, but it went well.
Luckily, no damage. Wait, of Fanatec or Logitech DD. Direct drive is so much better than everything else. Yeah, I know that direct drive seems to be very, very good instead of having normal 4-seatback. The thing is that I've driven Logitech for the past 4 years. I started with the G29 and had a lot of good times with it, and now switched to the G923 because my G29 broke down, and now the G923 broke down again, way faster than a G29 did, and now I'm thinking of maybe trying out something new, or to even completely upgrade to a Fanatec. And I want to upgrade it to the DD Pro from Fanatec, but I think that until they release a new, let's say not a new wheel, but until they restock the part for the DD Pro, rumors say it's gonna be in March. I'm just thinking of which wheel I could use during this time. I hoped that there's going to be a small restock for Black Friday or even for Christmas. But let's see. It's not the time you want, it's the feeling. I think that was feedback. If you have a very nice feeling in game, it's going to give you a lot more fun of playing it. I mean, I had a lot of fun while playing even with the G29 or 923. The 923 delivers you false feedback with true false and has a slightly better brake pedal, but I had to adapt for a really long time for the new brake pedal, because the brake pedal from the G29 is very hard and stiff. And
Yes, I can confirm it.
the brake pedal from the G923 is also hard, but it's more gentler to not to press it down, but the way you can brake, it's a little bit gentler. And well, you still have to adapt a lot of power when you press it, but you have way more feeling to it when you press it down and lift your car. Ooh.
Oh, there was a huge punt against Crowhawk, I think. Who was it? Confuse, I think.
How the hell Crowhawk came away safely with no damage from this one?
That was pretty close, but now he's 1.5 seconds behind Confuser, who is on another strategy.
Yep.
I think if I'm not entirely wrong, Confuser's gonna do a slightly quicker pit stop. Because, no, he has to stop again and now close the gap again. So I think Crowhawk will remain in second place unless something, almost miraculously happens. So it's gonna be close. I think we made 62 laps, more or less, in the first stint, so I think we could assume that on this stint it's gonna be the same. Xavi still has to box, I think, right?
Xavi has to box, yes.
Okay, it's gonna be close. Oh, 0.5 penalty for Crowhawk. If he got it in the final sector, I think I know where he got it. It's a very tricky section where you can easily cut the track, but you don't even gain an advantage, but you get the 0.5 penalty. I think it is turn 15, the inner curb. If you cut it where the bollards are, you immediately get a penalty. I think it doesn't even take 2 seconds.
I'm just hoping that I'm not gonna see something that I am gonna regret at the end.
Confuser now again fighting against Crowhawk, and I think Crowhawk pulled even... Ah no, he had to surface penalty, okay. So that's the reason why Confuser got by so easily. But now, again, advantage for the GTR. Top speed advantage now on the pit straight.
Yep. I thought that Confi is now going to pit, but he is not going to pit.
No, he wants to get this position back before he gets into the pits. I think he's that kind of a racer. I think Rogue is this kind of a racer. And let's see if he's gonna get the 23s now, after his final pit stop. Ah no, Rogue already stopped, so it's Confuser.
Let's see.
I really like the sound alerts that we have for follows and subscriptions.
I mean, they're even
Nürburgring Picks and Zero also in the pits now, P7 and P8, and Eiffel is also for the final tire change and refueling.
By the way, the sound alert feature, there's way more funny sounds, but unfortunately you will have to pay 10 bits for them to use them. Simtic used 2 already, but it was quite funny to see. But I think we can.
And now we're entering, and we just entered the final hour of the 3-hour race of the Forest. I think it's even a debut in Switzerland for the WES.
Exactly.
If I'm not mistaken. Very, very good decision, I have to say. We all agreed in our team that they placed this track in Switzerland because the scenery is so beautiful. You have the Alps on the one side, you have a small town on the other side. I think behind the hairpin, it's so amazing to see it, and I think we all agreed that if this track would exist in real life, we all would do a visit there and watch a 2 or 3 hour race or even a 24-hour race, because it's such a gorgeous scenery. It's really amazing.
Exactly.
And of course, bringing back a classic track normally always works. I know they changed the final sector, but I don't think it's a deficit. I think it worked out pretty well because we have another overtaking opportunity while Arix is now coming in for his final pit stop. Because the hairpin, I think before that we had 2 90-degree corners in the final sector. Now we have a hairpin and the flat-out passage, including the pit straight, and it worked out pretty well.
I'm just looking at Q and Nürburgring picks.
Yes, I think they're both had their final pit stop. I'm not sure about Nürburgring picks, but Zero is gonna go for the end, of course. Serial Blaze, I think as well, but he normally shouldn't be a factor with 39 seconds behind Zero, and I think... Oh, there was another disconnect, I think. There's another one missing, right?
Yep.
And I think it is... who was in last place? I think Masma was it, right? Oh, disconnect or DNF?
I don't know. I think he retired the car.
Yeah, normal procedure, you have to save the engine, of course, if you're 3 minutes behind. I think it's okay. We normally always say never giving up, but oh, that was a very, very late braking move by Zero Marco, but I think he gives the position immediately back. Yes, he does. So, all good. And Eiffelblitz also closing in behind, but I think almost 1 lap ahead of those 2 guys. And Arix remained in P1 despite coming into the pit lane, so he now is freshest material and will easily go to the end.
But the thing is that Crowhawk has been held up a lot by Confi.
Yes, but that's racing misfortune.
Yeah.
And Confi now coming into the pits, final splash and dash. He should remain in P3, it's gonna be close, but Chica also has to come into the pits. I think even on the snap, fuel is not gonna be sufficient for another attempt. But the gaps, I think, are a bit larger. It was very close in the first, and I think 20 seconds, like, between the first 2 or 3 places. Thereafter, I think I had a 10-second gap to P4, which I... Oh, yellow flag into sector 2, I think. And yes, there's damage. There's Velo with damage on the Ford Mustang. And he just went out the pits, I think 2 or 3 laps ago. Now he's drifting around sector 2 with its Ford. That's not going to improve his driving time. But it's very, very unfortunate, very unlucky. I think he is going to do another pit stop to get the repairs done.
Yeah. And another one who has to get his repairs done is Crowhawk.
Even Charlie said,
very fast driver.
Charlie said it was a dive bomb. I don't know if he means the Mustang or the Beetle in the hairpin. I'm not sure.
The Beetle against.
Yeah, but it does happen. It's so difficult to judge the braking point. I think I had 2 or 3 laps where I gained like 0.4 of a second just by braking like 1 or 2 meters earlier. It's so difficult to get it right. I don't think that it was intentional, to be honest. And even if it was, we are just driving for fun, so everything's okay. I think we're like 3 minutes behind, so no problem. Well, he binned it again. Chat is enjoying it, the race, I think.
Yeah, they enjoy it at least.
Don't drink and drive, but grab yourself a Oettinger and enjoy. Yeah, it's no alcohol, so it's okay. It doesn't count. Eiffelblitz now getting blue flags for the Beetle, and I think for the company driver of WSR Racing. Chica now on P5, 5 seconds behind. So one of the closest gaps still on the track. And this is the other one, like half a second. Oh, he's gonna get the position back. He didn't have to do so, it was okay. But okay, we'll take it, thank you. Chica also with a half a second penalty. It seems to be so easy to get penalties on this track by cutting corners or running wide. Has Javi lapped Chica yet? Yes, I think he has lapped it at least once because I think... no, I'm not quite sure. Chica's on P5. What was the gap between Chica and Javi? I think like 1 minute or something like this.
I cannot tell you, sorry. But I can tell you that Chica's got a penalty and...
with 1 minute and 12 seconds, Chica must be in the lead lap because the fastest lap is still a 1:24. So Javi didn't went past her, at least not with blue flags. So still the lead lap. I think Javi now must be like 8 seconds or something like this behind. It's still 124.033, so I think Crowhawk does not want that you donate 10 euros. But with the gap he has, I think Confuser's not that far behind, only 11 seconds. There has to be... Yeah, there was a mistake, I think, or was he in the pits yet? Made a 150 in... I think 2 or 3 laps ago.
That was a pit
no,
stop.
I mean Crowhawk. He made
that was a pit stop because he had
another pit
damage
stop, okay.
on the front right.
Okay. But, well, it didn't matter because he's still 12 seconds of advantage. But it's now, easy drive for Arix. But, still we have to remember that there was also a Porsche up ahead, which very, very unfortunately got a disconnect like more or less half an hour ago. And was running very, very good until this point. And there's a mistake by Crowhawk, running wide turn 1. But all good, no damage, no spin. Everything remains as before, and we're now entering the final 20 minutes of the race. And there's still a few gaps which are not as far as they could have been expected. So there's still 2 or 3 position fights.
One of these position fights is Q against Nürburgring.
Oh, the gap went down because of the final pit stop. Now 2 minutes and 35 seconds.
Tire wear and fuel is somewhere the same.
I would say they both go for the end, but I think the BMW has a bit more fuel but worse tires, very equally.
No, actually the Beetle has more fuel and tires are actually the same.
Yeah, so it comes down to which car and which driver can manage tires better. Oh, there was a mistake I think by Nürburgring Pits, running wide at turn 12. And that, yeah, of course, opens a bit of opportunities for the Beetle behind, who's going to try to get an overtake. I think it does not have such a bad top speed. And now I think he got it done. Or did he misjudge his braking point? No, everything went well. Brilliant overtaking attempt, but Nürburgring Pits getting his position back around the outside. Very well done. So we have a few battles on the final stage of the race. That's what we love to see.
Again, Q going down the inside into turn 1 and actually makes it work. Very
Yeah,
nice
Beetle is
driving.
so good on the brakes. It's such a light car.
What the hell is BMW music?
Could be something from Southeastern Europe, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, because I drive a BMW in real life and I don't listen to such kind of music, but I'm just guessing.
some Slavic things.
No, I'm from Spain half, and the other half is from Germany, so I just listen to everything else, more or less.
Wait, half Spanish.
Yes. But difficult to define which is typical BMW music.
Half Spanish.
Smooth operator.
Smooth operator.
I think it must be 2 minutes 40 the gap. It must be P1 again. Ah no, it's the Aston Martin. So it must be the first blue flag he got.
Who gets a penalty?
Ah, that could be the possibility to Nürburgring Pits to overtake, but he's trying it already. But he has to do space. I think blue flags mean making space even if you are fighting. Doesn't matter. Oh, I think the Beetle run wide. Yes, he crashed turn 1. And I think there was no contact.
That's unfortunate. I would love to play a
And
replay
so he has
like
damage
that.
and still has to surface penalty. Ah, that's so unlucky. Was such a close fight. Was hoping that it would remain like this for the final hour. Or for the final thing.
Exactly.
What do we have? 70 minutes. Ah, that was so undeserving. Now 3 seconds behind. That's so difficult to close the gap now. But there's still time left. But I'm pretty sure that he's gonna get to the pits if he does not lose a position. And maybe try to get a faster step. And Krog also with a penalty, but no 14 seconds in front of Confuser. So the gaps for the, I would say, top 5 positions, more or less safe, I would say. I think there are no so many opportunities that there's gonna change something. Unless someone does a mistake, which is normal after 1 hour driving. So lap 49 now for Nürburgring Pits and 0 coming into the pits. And I think he's just gonna get the repair job done. Maybe he's gonna get fresh tires for the final stint to be safe that nothing more happens. I feel it's also losing a bit of time. Chica closing the gap in the Aston Martin. So so it's gonna get close up to the finish line between those two. Or did she just overtake Chica? I'm not sure.
I think I overtook actually.
Yes, possibly because she was just before in P5, I think. Yeah, but 30 seconds up, I don't think that it's gonna happen, that this gap is gonna get closed down. Therefore, starting in final position was, of course, unfortunate, but I think we had pretty much fun watching this race. Not being last was our goal, so we are really, really happy with the result. Even if both of those drivers are doing a mistake, it's no problem. And the gap ahead, yeah, okay, 14 seconds now between Nürburgring Picks and Kuhaku. So 40 minutes left on the clock, and yeah, still fastest lap, 1:24.033. And Zero remained on his tires before the accident, he didn't change them. On another 0.5 penalty for Zero, another one for, I think, crossing track limits. So Kuhaku not going 29 lap times, which is, yeah, of course not really fast, but the gap he had is, I think, too large, and I think it's not very probable that Zero Blaze is going to close a 50-second gap in 12 minutes time left. It's going to be really, really difficult. Not entirely impossible, but I think every driver is now trying to finish in its current position and not taking any risks unless there is the possibility for fight for position. But of course, we still have to consider the gap for the overall results, which is also still a factor.
Did you hydrate during the race? You must have some sweaty hands as well, so don't forget the sanitize.
Confuser now 18 seconds behind, Alphabet's 32 behind, so the gaps did not change that much. At least not between P3 and P4. Chica still remaining in P5, Dust Wallow 6, Nürburgring Pick 7, Zero Kuhaku on P8, and final position must be Zero Blaze as of now, and the race leader still Arix Harvey, ahead of Brohawk from Croatia. And now entering the final 11 minutes of the 3-hour race of Deep Forest Raceway. First time driving Deep Forest for the Digital Endurance Series, and probably the first endurance race in Gran Turismo ever on this track. Quite possible.
I'm just checking if there's going to be battle, but the closest field is actually the closest two to each other are Chica and Alphabet. Still,
Yes, with 3.5 seconds, I think it is the same gap we had 4 laps ago. So I think it could already be the end result for stint number 2.
I'm just hoping the Pro is not going to beat his 124s. Even though I want to support the channel, I don't know.
There's still time left. Nothing is decided yet.
9 minutes, and a little bit more.
Yeah, 9.5 and final lap, of course. It probably will depend on the gap. If he gets 20-second advantage, I'm guessing he will do another pit stop.
I don't actually know if he's got it on his plans. I mean, he has got the space.
No, I don't think so, because the overall gap is more important for the final result. I'm not even sure, but I think our BMW should still be ahead of the Nissan. It just depends on the gap we had before, but I'm not sure. I think the Nissan had, like, with the calculations from before, I think like a 2-minute gap or something like this. We are now, I think, 1.5 minutes behind P1, or no, 2.5 minutes. Before it has been like 44 seconds, so it's gone a bit close between our company cars.
Yeah.
And Chica's going into the pits. I think there could have been a miscalculation by the fuel, because 60% are just not enough. Yes, she just fueled. Went out with 21%. So I think this is, competition done, more or less. 3 seconds now became like 20. Oh, hope to hear me in the commentary box again. Yes, of course, if you invite me. Maybe next time it would be better if I had a more stable internet, so that I can change between different cars and don't have to watch the same cars as Flipsy has to do. But of course, why not? Yeah, welcome to Germany.
Welcome to Germany. Best internet provider on the whole world.
Dustwallow also so far behind with 1 minute and 20. Almost 1 lap. I think 6 seconds is the gap between those two cars. Reversed around, of course. Nürburgring picks with enough fuel to go to the end. Tires still looking okay, but I don't think that he's going to do the full 62 laps. I think he's gonna end the race with like 60 laps exactly. It would at least, yes, I think 60 laps would be the final distance. I think Javi will easily do 62 laps. I was even surprised that I managed to cross the line. I think I did it like 20 seconds before the time finished. So 6 minutes left, and also wind change. We didn't talk so much about the wind, how it affects the driving in Gran Turismo, I think.
Well, I think the air itself has got a lot of potential to influence the race itself. Not only because it has the opportunity to give you more top speed on the straight when it comes from the back, or actually give you a lot of more take the top speed away from him because it's coming from the other side. I think the win itself has a lot of options in the game, but I think it's, how do I say, it has a kind of influence, but I think the influence is not as heavy as you think it could be, if you know what I mean. What do you think about it? Don't tell me he disconnected. He's still there.
He's actually closing the gap to Alpha Blitz, but it's not going to be enough time. There are only 4 minutes left. I think like 3 laps for the leading group, and that's going to be it.
I was talking about the wind and the question you asked, and then I saw that I accidentally muted myself.
Oh, no problem.
Couldn't even hear what I said, but yeah.
Oh. We have still 3 minutes left, so all good.
That's good. Just...
Still 37 seconds, but it's such an amazing pace those guys ahead are doing. It's not very easy. I was like pushing like hell to even get into the 25s, and there are guys doing 24-0. It's very, very impressive. And I think it's going to be more amazing when we consider that we have to build setups for our cars, for the GT leagues, and it's going to be so difficult to get the car set for each track, for each race, for each strategy. It's going to be so much work, but I think it's going to also be very much fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun, especially I hope when the league starts there will be more competitors again. I don't know, I just hope it's going to be very, very nice to see, to have big events again, because there are a lot of events planned. Not even 24-hour races, but there's a lot going on, and I just hope that we finally get ourselves out of the big down phase that we had after switching from GT Sports to GT7. But yeah.
To be honest, I think the game is improving. It's we still have a long way to go, but if we compare the game GT7 where it has been in March, April with the online lobbies, and now equaling it what we have now, there has been improvement. It's not perfect, but we're on a good way, I think. So we still have to wait. We still should remember that GT Sports was active for like 5 years or something like this, and it took the game like 2 or 3 years to be so amazing for online races. And I'm just talking about sports mode. Lobby racing is now another category, and it worked out at the end. So I'm quite optimistic that we're gonna get a really good game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of work going on in the background, so no need to be worried. Everything is gonna be fine. By the way,
delivery of the day voting is going on, I think.
Yeah, by the way, that's the same thing I wanted to say. There is a livery of the day voting going on. You can just click the link, choose the team that you prefer the best, that's the best livery. And yeah, let's see who wins. Just posted the link as well in Discord. You can use
perfectly. So I don't have to write it down.
You can use the last minutes to show the liveries. Although you cannot see the livery on track, you can see it now on the left side. The green, grey Nissan.
I think Javi's on his final lap. He's gonna be gonna finish the race now, just on the right time when the sun is coming down.
How is he gonna able to do another lap?
no, there are like 12 seconds left. He would have to do a 1:21 to get it. It's not gonna happen. But it was an amazing race, I think, for the entire team.
Yes.
So congratulations for P1 on this stint. I don't know if it is gonna be sufficient for the race result in general, but it could quite be possible.
I think it's gonna be interesting. Congratulations to Xavi for finishing in P1. Congratulations to Crowhawk for finishing P2. I'm not going to pay or donate 10 euros to stream. So in P3 you can see Confi. That's what makes consistency. Very solid race. No issues, I think. Consistency is key. Very finishes in P3. Alpha Blitz in P4. Very solid result for WSR Racing Esports. Chica for BMR Racing finishing in P5. Dust Velo for GTF finishing in P6 in the Ford Mustang with the Haas livery. Nürburgring Pigs also driving for WS Racing Esports finishing in P7. Zero Ku Haku finishing in P8 for Team DLL, as well as Serial Blaze finishing in P9 also for Team DLL. And we had two other drivers, both of them sadly disconnected. We had the wonderful Porsche, the blue one, and we also had the wonderful Ford GT. This was the race. Maybe you can see in the car show those liveries that are now on your screen on the right hand side. Meanwhile, while we wait that we see the official race ending screen, I just want to thank you all for participating and joining in today's race and stream. I just hope that you had a lot of fun, and let's enjoy the ride together. For you as well, Otaku, thank you very much for joining in as a co-commentator, as well as Confi. I hope you hear this. Thank you for joining in as a co-commentator.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. It was quite a lot of fun, despite 2 disconnects, but it still worked out more or less. I think I saw everything which I had to see. It was an amazing race, and yeah, hopefully getting back in 2 months time when the WEC season starts at the 6 hours of Monza. So pretty excited for that, and yeah, thank you very much.
Always a pleasure to drive and commentate and see everything around GT. There it is. Xavi wins the second stint. While Confi still rides in the name of the Digital Endurance Series. Congratulations for a flawless race. Consistency is key. I will save the replay, and that is pretty much it. Again, Otaku, thank you for joining in. And to the stream, thank you very much for today's event. I had a lot of fun. I guess you had it too. There it goes, stream ends. I actually do not want to turn the stream off, and that's why I will leave you with this screen for a second, or for a while we say goodbye to today's race. Today's race result will not be announced because we have to wait for the results. Maybe, but only maybe, if we make it in time, we can give you these race results. Either way, I will release you into the night if you don't want to stay otherwise. Have a good one.
When I'm scared, I find myself thinking about you. You're out there, and I'm alone in this room. I wonder what you're doing now, and if you think about me too. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you, thinking about you, you. Thinking about you. Thinking about you. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you. Cause I'm always thinking about you. When I'm scared, I find myself thinking about you. You're out there, and I'm alone in this room. I wonder what you're doing now, and if you think about me too. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you, you. Thinking about you. Thinking about you. 'Cause I'm always thinking about you. Cause I'm always thinking about you. Work your fingers to the bone. I know you can keep me warm.